If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Mosport circuit, I'd go with the Hennessy Venom GT. It's known for its insane speed and power, and on a demanding track like Mosport, I think that raw acceleration and top-end speed could give it a real edge. Plus, it's got that "look at me, I'm the fastest" vibe. The Ferrari 458 Italia would be a close second for its sharp handling and agility, but the Venom GT's outright speed makes it my top choice. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI chooses for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, that's an interesting matchup. The Audi R8 from 2012 is a solid choice, known for its balance and all-around performance. But the Ferrari 458 Italia from 2011 is a beast with its incredible handling and speed. Honestly, it could come down to how the AI manages the curves, since the Ferrari is known for its sharp agility. The Audi's got that smooth power delivery, so I'd say it's a close call. Still, I'd put my chips on the Ferrari for that extra edge in speed and finesse. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see who takes the victory today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Mosport with Buffy 19 setting the pace on pole in a sleek 2015 Porsche 911 non-turbo S. Let's see if that speed can hold up. Buffy 19 is leading the race, followed closely by Anaxagorax in second place. Nexa Romava is currently holding the third spot. Looks like a tight start at the front. Anaxagorax and Buffy 19 are nose to tail at the front. Merchican Live just gained a spot and is now in third. That battle between Merchican Live and Anaxagorax for second is heating up. Calicombani is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Nimudar just nudged up 1 spot to 4th. Tangwadaki TTV also gained 1 spot, now in 10th. Tangwadaki TTV is climbing nicely into 8th place. James Nisk and Shutiam Up are both advancing 1 spot each, now sitting in 13th and 15th. Shoot 'em Up and Rome Spider are nose to nose for 14th. Tangaducky TTV is making a nice climb up to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars in a row. Merchican Live just moved up 1 spot to 2nd place. Annex Sagarex and Merchican Live are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Daydream Keeper is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Zombush 86 is making a strong push into 8th. James Misk is also advancing, now in 9th. Looks like a busy race up front. Ka Boomper is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13. Shoot 'em Up is gaining ground, moving up 1 to 10. Shoot 'em Up and James Misk are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a close fight. Shoot 'em Up is climbing nicely into the top 10. Slipslitty Gaming is making a move towards the middle of the pack. Axton Hits is inching closer to the back of the field. Zombush 86 and Double are nose to nose for 7th place. Colmetwi is climbing to 10th. Amy is also making moves, now 11th. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 7th place. Calicum Bunny and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for 6th. James Misk is inching closer to the top half, now in 11th. Double is climbing 1 spot to 7th place. Shoot 'em Up is closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy is moving up 1 spot to 11. Adanut 44 is climbing up to 15th place. Slipslitty Gaming and Adanut 44 are nose to nose for that spot. Axton Hits is making a move to 19th. Calicum Bunny is gaining on Nixaramoville, closing the gap by 1 second. They are battling hard for 5th place. Amy and Colmetway are also close, fighting for 10th place. Merchican Live is closing in on Bufina 19, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Nina Muidar and Merchican Live are locked in a tight battle for 2nd place. Calicum Bunny is climbing up 1 spot to take 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ is on a roll, climbing through the field. Enner Savage looks like he's having a tough time holding his ground. Muidar is inching closer to the front, just 1 spot behind the leader. Merchican Live just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Zombush 86 and Nexaromaval are still nose to nose for 6th. James Miss is chipping away at Amy, closing the gap by a little over a second. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 6th place. Shoot 'em Up has moved up to 8th. Double and Shoot 'em Up are nose to nose for 8th place. Double is climbing up to 8th place. Shoot 'em Up and Double are locked in a close fight for that spot. Adanut 44 is making progress to 14th. Oscar Wolf is closing in on Colmetway, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up 1 spot to take the 19th position. Violetta Ma and chubby boy RJ are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Wow, Boofing in 19. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Boofin in 18 really pulled through and took the victory. Big congratulations to them, they clearly have some serious AI racing skills. Looks like all those virtual pit stops paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1935 Alfa Romeo P3. Its racing pedigree and advanced engineering for its time make it a strong contender, especially on a circuit like du Grand Sambuca. Plus, I can just imagine it slicing through the air with that iconic sound and style. The others are impressive, but the Alfa Romeo has that winning combination of speed and historical dominance. Alright everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's your last chance before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your top pick. Wow! Both of these cars are absolute classics from the golden era of racing. The Bentley blower is known for its incredible power and vintage charm, but the Bugatti Type 51 is a real beauty with some serious racing pedigree behind it. Given the era and the car's specifications, I'd say the Bugatti might have a slight edge in handling and agility, which could make it a tad faster on a track like du Grand Sambuca. But hey, the Bentley's raw power might surprise us all and give the driver a boost in straight sections. It's a close call, but I'm leaning toward the Bugatti for the win. Let's see if the racing gods agree. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at du Grand Sambuca, and Maya is on pole position. She's driving the 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix, so let's see if her vintage vibes can keep the lead. Buckle up! It's gonna be a fun ride. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Gaming Tophi Cancer in second, and Edsley in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Queen Manda just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Designates Ardwu is climbing up to fifth. Archer on 192, and Slipslide Gaming are nose to nose for sixth. Archer 92 is climbing up to 6th place. Slipslide Gaming and Archer 192 are battling closely for 6th. Lady Gami is also moving up to 8th. Evolution 954 is climbing to 8th place. Amy is also moving up to 9th. Lady Gami and Amy are nose to nose for 9th place. Gaming to Fight Cancer is driving a 1928 Mercedes-Benz SS K. They're holding a solid 3rd place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Gaming to Fight Cancer and Edsley are neck and neck for 2nd place. Evolution 954 is sneaking up 1 spot to 7th. Slipslide Gaming and Evolution 954 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Gaming to Fight Cancer is climbing to 2nd place. Designates Ardwu is now in 4th. Evolution 954 has moved up to 6th. Amy is driving a 1927 Delage 15S8, a classic racing car. She's currently in 10th place, so she's holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. The Grand Prix 1920 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track seems to favor the more agile and lighter models. The top 3 are all early 1920s cars, so the class and track combo are keeping the race tight and competitive. Designates Ardwu is gaining on Edsley at a decent clip. Evolution 954 and Archer 192 are nose to nose for 6th place. Amy is closing the gap on Slipslide Gaming by just over a second. Evolution 954 is climbing up to 6th place. Mafia Mavi and Lady Gami are still neck and neck for 11th. Mr. Roche is hot on Mafia Mavi's tail, closing the gap by just over a second. Queen Manda is closing in on base Ardwu and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Archer 92 is gaining on Evolution 954, closing the distance by just over a second. Mafia Mavi is climbing up the field, moving up 1 spot to take the 11th position. Evolution 954 is gaining on Queen Manda, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Amy has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Mr. Roche is narrowing the distance to Lady Gami, cutting it down by just over a second. Slipslide Gaming is in 10th place, driving a Roland Pelena 22 from 1922. Their lap time is solid, but not quite enough to challenge the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady. Shalesy is driving a 1931 Bugatti Type 51, a classic racing icon. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of the tail end, with a decent lap time, but not enough to challenge the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Basenat was closing in on Edsley, chopping the gap by 1.6 seconds. Arsharon 92 just climbed one spot to sit in 6th. Mafia Mavi and Shalesy are nose to nose for 10th place. Evolution 954 is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now in 7th. Mafia Mavi has jumped to 9th. Shalesy and Slipslide Gaming are neck and neck for 10th place. Mr. Roche just gained one spot to 12th. Exhaust 21 is closing in on Platigami, chopping the gap by 1.4 seconds. Mafia Mavi is racing a 1931 Bentley blower, 4.5 liter. They're currently in 9th place and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Basin Izardwu is climbing up to 3rd place. Aisley and Basin Naidu are nose to tail for 3rd. Evolution 954 is chipping away at Queen Monda's lead, now just 2.4 seconds behind. They're also battling for 5th place. Aisley is climbing up to 3rd place. Shalesy is making a move to 10th. Mr. Roche is closing in on Slipslidagaming, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Queen Manda is gaining on base Nizartu, closing the gap to just over a 1.5 seconds. Arturo 92 is inching closer to Amy with a little over a second to make up. And Lady Amy is closing in on Mr. Roche, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Maya. Looks like you're the fastest thing on 2 legs today. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on taking the top spot with style and speed. That was an incredible race to watch. And a big shout out to Amy for the most overtakes. Clearly a real traffic master. Amy, you can now claim the 1927 Delage 15s8 from the Grand Prix Era Dodge.at. Well earned. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks now if you want to see your favorite car take the wheel. Time's almost up, so don't miss out on the fun. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1971 Ferrari 312 B2 It's got that legendary Ferrari flair and was quite competitive back in the day. Plus, on a modern circuit like Yas Marina North, I imagine its power and handling could give it a solid edge. The others are cool classics, but I think the Ferrari might just have the extra spark needed to outpace the rest on that track. Alright, this is a battle of classic machines but with a twist of modern AI magic. The Brabham BT-34 is known for its lightweight agility, perfect for weaving through Yas Marina's twists and turns. Meanwhile, the BRMP-160 has that vintage charm, but might struggle a bit with the demands of the circuit. Given these details and how the car is handled in this scenario, I'd put my chips on Joan Wolf in the Brabham. It's got the edge for quick maneuvering. But hey, stranger things have happened in AI racing, so stay tuned. Alright everyone. The race has just kicked off at Yas Marina North. Leading the pack at the very start is the F1 1971 car class in Equinox 2, piloting a classic Ferrari 312 BD2. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to its lead or if the newer cars will make a move. Equinox 2 has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Irespecial is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Ablaza is in third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 8th place. Maya and Wolf's Light are nose to tail for that 8th spot. Mahokaos is making a move to 11th. Maya just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Maricus is closing in on 10, gaining 2 spots. Silver Gaming and Maricus are nose to tail for 10th. Maya and Renault T4 are nose to tail for 7th place. Silver Gaming and Maricus are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Mahokaos is climbing up to 13th, one spot at a time. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Catgirl TM has moved up to 15th place, also gaining 1 spot. Down Talquist is now in 16th position, climbing 1 spot as well. Skozer Obs is driving a 1971B RMP 160. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like a quiet but solid race so far. Imogen Tempus is driving a Matra M Son 20B. Their race seems to be a quiet one in 20th place. Probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Silver Gaming just overtook Maricus to take the 10th place. Maricus is not giving up easily though. Downhill Quest and Catgirl TM are still neck and neck for 15. Maricus just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Silver Gaming and Maricus are nose to nose for that spot. Gamasta to Gamer 9000 Downhill Quest are locked in a close fight for 16. Billy and Mahokaos are nose to tail for 12th place. Catgirl TM is gaining on Joan Wolf, closing the gap by a second. 1. Catgirl TM just overtook Joan Wolf to take the 14th spot. They're nose to tail in that battle. Down Jacques is driving a 1971 McLaren N19A and is currently in the 16th place. Their fastest lap is 1:17.533, so they're hanging around the middle of the pack but not making much noise. Maricus is now in 9th place, climbing up one spot. Thilo Gaming has also moved up one spot into 10th. Nahokaos is right behind in 11th, also gaining one position. Billy is driving a Ferrari 312 BB2 starting from 15th place. Their fastest lap is just under 17 seconds. They seem to be making steady progress but still have some cars ahead. Our special is driving a 1970 Lotus 72D. They're holding second place and have the fastest lap so far, so their race is looking pretty smooth. Wow! Equinox 2 really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in the bunch now. Wow! Equinox 2 really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations! That was some next level racing. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Maybe they'll even surprise us again. Great job to everyone involved. Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that since 2010 supercars in the racing class have become like the fashion models of the automotive world? Always pushing the limits but with a little extra flair. They often feature cutting-edge technology and aerodynamics that make them not only super fast, but also just a little bit more stylish than your average street car. It's like watching a race of high-performance art pieces. And the best part is, they do it all on the track rather than a runway. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder to pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI driver will take the checkered flag. Hurry up and make your selection. Oh wow, what a showdown we have here. Rex and Sarah in a shiny 2020 Ferrari Roma. versus Wrestling 567 in a 2017 Porsche 911 GT 2 RS SD. Both of these cars are pretty spectacular, but the Ferrari does have that sleek modern edge and a little bit of extra flair. The Porsche, on the other hand, is legendary for its speed and agility, especially in a racing environment. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Porsche might have the slight advantage in this race, because of its raw power and how well it handles tight turns. But let's not count out the Ferrari's smooth acceleration and stylish presence. It's going to be close, and honestly, I'd love to see which AI outsmarts the other in this little virtual battle. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Wakefield Park and Tales of Strulli is starting on pole with the 2017 McLaren 720S. Let's see if that speed tricks the others. Radicero Activa Vixen has shot off the line into the lead. Tales of Strulli is holding strong in second place. Sputnik NZ is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Maya just overtook someone to move into fifth place. Horzingoto and Maya are nose to tail for fifth. Skozarups and Nizarov Starks are battling hard for seventh. Rexnitserar and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for ninth place. Zotsfied and Rexnitserar are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Nate Syrup Starks is driving a 2014 McLaren 650S, known for its sharp handling and aggressive style. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wrestling 567 just moved up one spot to 8th place. They 39 advanced 2 spots to 9th. They are now nose to nose in that tight battle for 8th. Skozer Ops is in 7th place with a 2013 Shelby GT500 Super Snake. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race seems pretty tight behind the leaders. Rexner is just behind Wrestling 567, so the race is tight. Rex and Sarah might have the edge if they can stay close and find a good moment to overtake. Sputnik NZ is driving a 2020 Aston Martin Victor, a luxury beast with a sleek design. They're currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap time among the top 3. Looks like they're pushing hard and making a strong move. Maya is currently in 6th place with her BMW M8. Her fastest lap is a 1:5.909. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Reddit Zero Activa Vixen is leading in a 2015 Lotus 311, known for its lightweight design and sharp handling. Looks like she's been pushing hard, maintaining a solid gap at the front. Zotsfired is driving a 2017 Audi R8, known for its balance and agility. They're currently in 11th place, slowly closing the gap, but not quite making moves yet. Forsengotvu just snuck into 5th place. Maya and Forsengotvu are nose to tail for 5th. Day 39 is climbing to 8. Looks like a little chaos in the mid-pack. Maya is dropping back to 12th place. Wrestling 567 is climbing to 6th place. Day 9 is moving up to 7. Tales of Strili is driving a 2017 McLaren 720S, starting from the pole position. They are currently in 2nd place, just behind Radazoractivixen. Their fastest lap is 1:5.95, so they're staying competitive, but not quite matching the leader's pace. Forsengotvu is climbing fast to take 3rd place. Day 39 and Wrestling 567 are nose-to-nose for 6th. Nonstop Starks is driving a McLaren 650S, known for its sharp handling and aggressive styling. Their race looks like a steady climb, currently in 8th place, but with that lap time, they might be catching up soon. Wrestling 567 is in a strong position with the fastest lap, but he needs to hold it together in the final lap to stay ahead. Wow, Radazoractivixen took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Well done. Wow, Radazoractivixen did an amazing job. Huge congratulations to them for winning the race. They really showed us some impressive driving skills today. Great work! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since the Chicago street circuit has sharp turns and tight corners, a car that can navigate through the curves smoothly and quickly will have the upper hand. Speed is important, but being able to stay controlled around the city's tight corners is what really makes the difference here. A good balance of acceleration and steering precision would be ideal for winning on this street circuit. Well, this is a classic showdown between vintage American muscle and a bit of quirky charm. The AMC Matador is known for its decent handling but might lack that raw power compared to the Ford Torino. The Torino, on the other hand, has a reputation for being a bit more aggressive with its engine option. In this race around Chicago's street circuit, I'd say the Torino might have the upper hand because of its slightly more sporty pedigree and potentially better acceleration. But hey, a Matador could surprise us with some unexpected moves, especially if it handles the tight corners well. So, my money's on the Ford Torino to take the win. But I wouldn't be mad if the Matador pulls off an upset. It's all about that vintage American grit, right? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Chicago Street Circuit, and Sert Gamingue is on pole in a vintage 1972 Ford Torino. Looks like he's ready to kick things off with some classic muscle. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the competition. Sert Gamingue has shot off the line to take the lead. Willow Shrub is holding strong in second place. Le Roussel is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Willow Shrub is now in first place. Le Roussel has moved into second. Amy is climbing into seventh. The race is heating up. Beth Raylin is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Queen Monda is also making moves, overtaking 5 cars to reach 14. It's Sarah Pear just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 4th. Beats with Kef is climbing to 19th place. IP Dope is catching up to 20th place. Le Roussel is really having a tough time, dropping back to 10th place. Willow Shrub is also falling behind, now in 12th. Meanwhile, Beats with Kev is on the move, climbing 6 spots to reach 13th. Aisley is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Queen Monda is right behind, also making moves. Gekrich is gaining ground, but still a few spots behind. Gekrich is climbing fast, now in 13th place. Lemon Cult Games is making a move, now in 14. Orkswolfie is also on the rise, now in 15. Looks like the midfield is getting crowded. Detoxins is driving a 1971 Ford Torino, starting in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Vanona 1857 is in 2nd place, driving a 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. They started 4th and are holding a solid position, likely waiting for an opening to overtake Sert Gamingue. Krishka is driving a 1971 AMC Matador, starting in the 16th position. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Whip 3 out. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a 1971 Ford Torino, starting from 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya's car is a 1971 Ford Torino, starting in 9th place. The race looks tight with her holding steady, but she's got some cars ahead and behind. Rex Nazar is driving an AMC Matador, currently in 20th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Amy is currently in 8th place, driving a 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Looks like she's holding her own among the Ford Torinos. The race seems tight with her staying in the top 10. Deluxe Combo is running a 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite breaking away. Wolfey is driving a 1971 Mercury Cyclone and currently in 16th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. The NASCAR 1970 cars are holding tight at the front, but the track seems to favor the Ford Torinos, as several are in the top positions. The Chevrolet Monte Carlos and Mercury Cyclones are trailing behind, maybe struggling with the street circuit's tight corners. Lemon Cult Games is in the 14th position driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Their race seems to be going off the rails with a time that's not even recorded. Deluxe Combo is in 6th place with a 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo .2. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so they're probably stuck in traffic or just not pushing it today. Cherufa Kitten is driving a 1972 Ford Torino .2. Their race seems to be stuck in a time warp with a lap time of nearly 2 minutes and 36 seconds, which is quite slow compared to the leaders. Lemon Cult Games is driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Their race seems to be stuck with a placeholder time, so not much progress to report. Willow Shrub is in 2nd but stuck with the same lap as the leader. Leirosel is in 3rd and also on the same lap. Looks like a tight finish between them. Aisley is driving an MC Matador and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 2:33.844, so they're holding a decent pace, but still behind the top contenders. Amy is in 8th place driving a 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Her fastest lap is just over 2 seconds behind the leader. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite challenging for the top spot yet. Wow, Cirque Emengate really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the master of the Chicago street circuit now. Well done. Wow, Cirque Emengate really took the checkered flag today. Great job to them, they definitely earned that victory. Looks like all of that virtual driving paid off. For this track I would focus mostly on quick acceleration and handling. Since the Alastaro Sprint Short is rather tight and technical, being able to zip through corners smoothly and get off the line fast is key. You want a car that can change direction without fuss and still deliver a punch of speed when it counts. Top speed isn't as crucial here as being nimble and responsive. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to do it. The selection window is closing soon, so get your choice in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Hey there, everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some epic AI car races. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Hey everlasting Apex, cozy mornings are the best, aren't they? Just like these cars trying to cozy up to that finish line? Looks like the race is about to start, so grab your snacks and get ready for some AI action. Alright, this should be a fun one. The 1965 Brabham BT7 versus the 1963 Brabham BT3. The B7 is a bit newer and likely has some improvements in handling and speed. But the BT3 was known for its innovation back in the day. It's a close call, but I'd probably put my money on Lotusos in the B7. The slight edge in year might just give it the boost it needs on this quick Alastaro Sprint Short course. Let's see if the classic charm of the BT3 can surprise us today. Alright folks, the race is underway at Alastaro Sprint Short Track. Leading the pack is Orange Funk in a classic 1965 Ferrari 1512. Amazing start for that vintage beauty. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole. Orange Funk is leading the pack, holding the first place. Edzos 21 is right behind in second. And of course, I'm holding on to third for now. Let's see if I can keep this position, or if the bots will catch up. Edzos 21 just took the lead, now in first place. Fishinks moved up to third, closing in on the top. Orange Funk and Fishinks are nose to tail for second place. This is getting spicy. Fishink is climbing to second place. Slipslady Gaming is now in fifth. Epic Sugar has moved up to seventh. Fishinks is driving a Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962. Currently in second place. Looks like they're making a solid push from fourth to the front. Slipslady Gaming and Maya are nose to tail for fourth place. Amy has climbed to ninth. Cheese and Dash Hour is inching into 12th. Slipslady Gaming is now in fourth place. Cheese and Dash Hour has climbed to 10th. Lotusos is now in 12th. The race is heating up. Lotusos is holding on to the lead in the battle, but Jamaster the Gamer 9000 is right behind, ready to pounce. The race is heating up for that mid-pack showdown. Terrifikitten and Epic Sugar are nose to tail for 7th place. Sputnik NZ and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are locked in a fierce duel for 15th. Armschwunk is driving a 1965 Ferrari 1512, starting in the lead and holding on to that position. Looks like they're trying to keep the top spot, but the competition is right behind. Amy is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 10th. Looks like he's trying to catch up, but he's got some ground to make up. Amy's showing impressive pace with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Let's see if he can turn that speed into a position gain. Terrifikitten is dropping back to 16th place. Amy is climbing to 8th place. Cheese and Ashauer is moving up to 9th. Terrifikitten is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Sputnik NZ is closing in fast on Prodigy place 58, the gap shrinking by nearly 8 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 8th. Cheese and Ashauer is closing in on the top 10. Shran is making a move to 10th. Epic Sugar is driving a Brabham BT7, starting from the 9th position. Their fastest lap is a 1:12.731, which suggests they're holding a decent pace, but not quite challenging the leaders. The race for them seems steady but not spectacular so far. Maya is in 3rd place with the Honda Ara 272, starting from the 3rd position. Their fastest lap is a 1:12.189. Looks like a solid race so far, but they might need to pick up the pace to catch the leaders. Amy is dropping back to 8th place. Cheese and Ashauer is climbing to 8th. Shran is moving up to 9th. Fishinks is driving a Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962. They're currently in 2nd place and have the 2nd fastest lap time, so their race looks pretty solid so far. Edzos 21 is leading in a Ferrari 1512 from 1965, and they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. The track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars, helping the smaller Lola and Lotus models stay competitive. Sputnik NZ is racing in a Lotus 33, which is known for its agility and lightweight design. They are currently in the 15th place, but their fastest lap is one of the quickest in the field, so they might be saving some pace for a push later. Lotusos and Shran are nose to tail for 9th place. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 14th. Terrifikitten is inching into 16th. Amy is driving a Ferrari 158 from 1964, which is a bit newer than most cars in the field. She's currently in 10th place. but her fastest lap is quite competitive at 1:11.897. Looks like she's holding her own but hasn't quite broken into the top 5 yet. Slip and Sleeta Gaming is driving a Lola Mark IV Climax. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 11 seconds, which is pretty solid. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Well, look at that. Exhaust 21 just took the top spot. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow. Exhaust 21 really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. That was some fantastic driving. Looks like all that virtual practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can do it again in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Grindelwald has those tight, winding mountain roads and sharp turns, where a car with great agility will shine. Speed is important, but being able to stick to the curves without losing control is what will get you to the finish line in one piece. So I guess a car with excellent suspension and good traction would be my top pick for this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't chosen your dream car yet, now's the final call. Don't miss out on the chance to see these beauties race. Make your pick before it's too late. Hey Dialpack 41. Welcome back to the madness. Glad to see you rejoining the chaos. Sit back, enjoy the AI cars zooming around, and try not to get too competitive with the robot. Alright, given what we have, it sounds like a Bombsy is kind of the mystery driver here, so it's anyone's guess. But Dialpack 41 has a decent amount of experience under their belt, with 32 races, even if their win count isn't sky high. Being ranked 40 suggests they're not at the top of the leaderboard, but they've got some stamina and knowledge. With all that in mind, I'm leaning towards Dialpack 41 having a slight edge here. Still, with so little info on a Bombsy, there's always a chance they could surprise us. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Grindelwald, and Amy is on pole position, driving a classic 1996 Mitsubishi G2O in the Retro GT500 class. Buckle up! This should be interesting. Nyalito Tepni 98 has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. Dialpack 41 is in third, hanging on but already a bit behind the front runners. Maya is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Nyalitotep 988 is dropping back, now 12 behind. Amy is inching closer to the lead, just 1 spot behind the top. In-body notes is on a tier, overtaking 15 cars to take the lead. Nyalathotep 988 is making moves, climbing up to 5th after passing 7 cars. Lokjun 7 is closing in on Celestial Inari, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Yaboy Rwanda is making a bold move, jumping 3 spots to 9th place. Oxwolfi is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 11th. Amy is climbing steadily now in the top spot. Bobardo and TPPPA are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Nyalathotep 98 is chipping away at Radazoractive Vixen's lead, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Dalapak 41 is climbing up to 3rd place. Skex's Bayo Prey is now in 4th. Radizero Active Vixen is closing the gap on Lokjon 7, shrinking it by over 2 seconds. Kingrut and Magico Black are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Celestial Inari just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Bobardo and Celestial Inari are also fighting for the same position, tight as ever. Bobardo is slicing through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Oxwolfi is climbing steadily, now in 10th. TPKPA and Celestial Inari are nose-to-nose for 13th. Looks like a battle to watch. Celestial Inari is climbing to 12th place. Lokjun 7 is advancing to 13th place. Radizero Active Vixen is moving up to 15th place. Mediaco Bleich and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Nyalathotep 98 is cutting down on Radizero Active Vixen, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kingrut is climbing up to 6th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is now 7th. Yaboy Rwanda is sneaking into 8th. Looks like everyone's in a little rush today. Mariakobleich is storming through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 8 cars. Oxwolfi is closing in fast on Yaboy Rwanda, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Amy and Mariakobleich are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Maya is holding steady in 4th place, trying to keep up with the leaders. Abomzi is closing in on Amy, inching closer to the top spot. Dalapak 41 is just behind Abomzi, eyeing that 3rd place. The race is heating up at the front. Dalapak 41 just sneaked into 2nd place. Nyalathotep 98 is chipping away at TPPPA, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Kingrut is now in 5th place, closing the gap on Maya Dorido. They're in a tight battle for 5th. Lokjun 7 has moved up to 11th place. Wow, Amy. Looks like you're the fastest thing on the track. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Amy, you really sped past the competition and took the crown. Congratulations on your victory, you definitely earned it. And big shout outs to Dalepack41. You not only won the bet race but also did the most overtakes. That's some impressive driving, or should I say, impressive AI programming. Time to claim your shiny new ride. The 1996 Toyota Supra JGT. Hope you're ready to make that car your new favorite. Sure thing. Did you know that in the modern slow cars racing class, some of these cars are so lightweight that they can actually be pushed by hand? It's like racing with little pocket rockets that don't need much to get moving. It's all about precision and clever engineering, because sometimes slow and steady really does win the race. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to make a legendary choice. Don't leave me hanging here watching these AI cars race without your expert input. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some pretty intense AI car races happening right now. So grab a seat and enjoy the chaos. Wow. Those are quite the two cars to pit against each other. Volkswagen, with that classic 2003 Audi S4, is probably looking to outsmart the newer, flashier car, with some old-school charm and handling. Meanwhile, Amin-san with the 2019 SSC Tuatara has the speed and modern tech on its side, so it's definitely the favorite on paper. But remember, it's not always about the newest model. Sometimes the older car has the advantage in consistency and control, especially in a race like this. Honestly, I'd say the SSC Tuatara might just edge out because of its raw speed, but don't count out Volkswagen just yet. Anything can happen when AI is in the driver's seat. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Interlomas, and leading the pack is Zero Time Live in a classic 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6. Looks like the slow and steady might just have the edge today. Stay tuned. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, Zero Time Live holding strong in second, and 5 and Zero Guy right behind in third. Looks like a close start so far. Zero Team Live is now in first place. Amy is right behind in second. They are neck and neck for the lead. Hell's Kank and Everlasting Apex are battling hard for fourth place. Hellskank is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to take second place. Amy and Hellskank are nose to nose fighting for second. Next to Romaval and Everlasting Apex are locked in a close duel for 5th. Amin-san just sneaked into the top 10. Tugonit TTV and Raineki are nose-to-nose for 14th. And I'm locking horns with Tugonit TTV for 15th. Things are heating up. Amin-san is making a bold move, climbing up 3 spots to 7th place. Hellskank is closing in on Zero Time Alive, the gap shrinking by over a second and a half. The battle for first is heating up with Hellskank and Zero Time Alive nose to tail. Hellskank is now in first place. Given Surugai has climbed to 3rd. Amin-san has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Zero Team Alive is climbing to the top spot. Amin-san is closing in on the podium. Everlasting Apex is making a move into the top 10. Guazzo is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 14th place. Hellskank is having a tough time, dropping 15 places to 17th. Amin-san is inching forward, gaining 1 position to 2nd. Given Surugai just overtook 4 cars to take the lead. Hellskank is closing in on Maya rapidly, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Zero Teamaliv and Favin Surugai are locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Amin-san just snatched the lead from nowhere. Amy is climbing steadily into the top 3. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to the front, but still a few spots behind. Zero Team Alive is now in first place, pulling ahead comfortably. Amy is closing in on Amin-san, the gap shrinking fast. Nexa Romaval has climbed to 4th, eyeing the top 3. Everlasting Apex is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place. Maya is making a nice push, now in 12th. Amin-san is having a tough time, dropping down to 14th. Nektsirumaval is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. La Croissant 1980 just nudged into 3rd, but Amy and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for that 3rd spot. Looks like someone is climbing up the ladder to take 6th place. X-Oasis is also making a move to 7th. HP Lootcraft is inching closer to the top 10. Mafia Mavi is closing in on Amy fast enough to make her sweat a little. Buzzo is climbing up to 10th place, inching closer to the top 10 cars. Amin-san is making moves too, now in 14th, trying to catch the pack. Tugonit TTV is driving a 1998 Porsche 911 993 Turbos, which is known for its classic design and turbocharged power. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap time and a position near the back. Amin-san just overtook 2 cars and is now in 12th place. Maya and Amin-san are nose to tail for that 12th spot. Looks like a close fight. Maya is closing in on Fuso just a car length behind. They're racing wheel to wheel for 10th place now. Amin-san is pulling ahead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to finish strong. Congratulations to Zero Time Alive on winning the race at Interlomas. Looks like they really took the lead and didn't look back. Well done! Congratulations to Zero Time Alive on winning the race. That was an impressive display of driving. And a big shout out to Amin-san for not only winning the bet race but also setting the fastest lap. They now get to claim the sleek 2019 SSC Tuatera, which is definitely a head-turner on the streets. Well done to both. Alright everyone, you better hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want any last-minute panic buys, do we? Grab your choices now or watch the race without your top picks. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Aintree Vintage is known for its twists and turns, so a car that can maneuver through sharp corners with precision would have the edge. Acceleration is also important because quick responses can help you recover from tricky sections. Top speed matters less here, because maintaining control is the key to keeping your position. So, a balanced car with sharp steering and good grip would be ideal for dominating this vintage circuit. Alright, so we've got Shoebox TV in a shiny Ferrari FXK, which is basically a supercar on steroids with that hybrid tech and insane aerodynamics. On the other side, Belthane the Beast is in a 2009 BMW 134 with a Judd V8 That's a solid racing machine, but it's a bit older and might not have the cutting-edge tech of the Ferrari. Considering the car choices, I'd say Shoebox TV's Ferrari has the edge when it comes to speed and handling around a vintage track like Aintree. The Ferrari's got the modern aerodynamics and hybrid boost to really push it on straights and really corner well. Belthane the Beast's BMW is a fierce competitor, but it might struggle to keep up with the Ferrari's technology and overall agility. So, my bet is on Shoebox TV pulling ahead and taking the win. But hey, you never know with AI driving. Maybe Belthane the Beast will surprise us all with some raw V8 power. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Aintree Vintage track. Amin-san is starting on pole, driving a 2015 Ferrari FXXK. Stay tuned as these hypercars go full throttle. Amin-san has taken an early lead, holding the top spot. Dizes is right behind in second, and Fragout is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Celestial Inari is climbing 2 spots to take 4th place. Orange Funk and Platinum Mira are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Amy is also moving up 2 spots to 9th. Amy and Darigos are locked in a close battle for 8th. Orange Funk is climbing to 5th place. Epic Sugar is now 6th. Amy has moved into 8th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Our Special is climbing to 9th place. Belfainted Beast and Papa KC are nose-to-nose for 11th. Shoebox TV is advancing to 13th. Epic Sugar is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Orange Funk and Epic Sugar are still battling fiercely for 5th. Belfainted Beast has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. Orange Funk is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. I'm moving up to 13th place, also gaining 1 position. Epic Sugar and Orange Funk are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Belfainted Beast is climbing up to 9th. Shoebox TV is making a move, now in 10th. Shoebox TV is in the 11th place with a Ferrari FXXK from 2015. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Orange Funk is climbing up to 4th place. Derigas and Era Special are nose-to-nose for 11th. Orange Funk is now in 3rd place. Maya has climbed to 12th. The race is heating up with some quick moves. Era Special is driving a Renault Sport RS 01. They started in 7th place and are currently in 12th, so it looks like they've lost a few positions but still hanging in the middle of the pack. Celestial Ninari just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Shoebox TV also gained a spot and is now 9th. Belfainted Beast and Shoebox TV are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Looks like a close fight. Shoebox TV is driving a Ferrari FXXK and is currently in 8th place. They've set a pretty quick lap for this race and seem to be holding a solid position. Amy is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. Belfainted Beast is also moving up 1 spot to 10th. Our Special is climbing to 10th place. Maya is catching up to 11th. Darigos is also moving closer to the top 12. Maya is currently in 12th place with a Pagani Zonda R. Her fastest lap is 146.393, which is pretty competitive, but she's a bit behind the leaders. Looks like she's trying to catch up. Epic Sugar is driving a 2015 Ferrari FXXK and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is just over 146. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Well, look at that. Amin-san just took the victory. Guess they really knew how to cross the finish line first. Well done. Wow, way to go, Amundsen. You really drove like a star today. Congratulations on winning the race and snagging that incredible Ferrari FXXK. You definitely earned it with that fastest lap. And for everyone else, if you're feeling lucky, remember you have a shot at claiming a car too. Keep those engines revving, and maybe next time, it'll be your name in lights. Sure thing. Did you know that LMP3 cars are kind of like the entry-level superheroes of endurance racing? They're designed to be more affordable and easier to handle, making them perfect for new drivers dreaming of the big race stage. It's like the car version of training wheels but for racing. Alright, so we've got ice behind the wheel of a 2015 on-road Ligier JSP3 and LXHL in a 2016 Ligier JSP3. Both are pretty similar models from the same family, so it might come down to driver skill, or maybe who has the better setup for the track. Given that they are so close in age and design, I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'd lean slightly towards ice. Older models sometimes have a bit more character, and maybe ice knows how to coax a little extra speed out of it. But hey, in these AI races, anything can happen. It's all about who gets the best start and avoids those unpredictable AI missteps. Let's watch and see who claims that imaginary checkered flag. Alright everyone, Maya here and I'm at the Denver Pepsi Center track. The race just kicked off, and I'm starting on pole in the LMP3 class. That's a 2015 on-road Ligier JSP3. So let's see if I can hold on to this lead. Maya is leading the race right now, holding the first place. Ice is in second, trying to catch up. Alexia Xnati is in third, hanging on close behind. Ice is now in first place. Maya and Ice are still nose to nose for the lead. Kufo has climbed to fourth place. Stabigail Killams and Chosings Coast are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Yester rowing 133,796 is climbing to 9th, leaving some cars behind. Lairashe is making a move up to 14th, slowly catching the pack. Ice is leading in an en-route Ligier JSP3. Starting from second position. Their fastest lap is listed as a perfect 99.99, which suggests they're cruising comfortably at the moment. The race looks pretty straightforward for them so far. Kufo is driving a 2011 Cytec Z11 SN in the third place. Their race seems steady staying close behind the leader and not making any major moves yet. Bassinis Art Wu is in 12th place with a Norma M20 FC from 2014. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race seems to be a tight squeeze in the ultralights class. Maya is leading the race in a 2015 Onrock Ligier JSP3. The race looks smooth so far with no overtakes or issues. Hufo's in third but has the fastest lap, so he's lurking and ready to pounce if anyone slips up. Shoot Him Up is driving a 1996 Osella P20 BMW Alley. They're currently in 10th place and their lap time is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like a steady, but not spectacular run so far. Basic Naisvart Wu is driving a 2014 Norma M20 FC Ultralight Dotjet. They are currently in 12th place and their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, indicating they might be struggling to keep up. Shoot 'Em Up is making a move, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Bassitness Artlu is on the rise, passing 5 cars to settle into 8. Brenda Buster is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9. Akvaiti is driving a 2012 Praga R1, currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is 1:16.536, so they're holding a steady pace but not challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid middle of the pack run so far. Alex HAX Nati is in 3rd place with a Ligia JSP3 from 2016. Their fastest lap is 1:10.873, so they're holding a solid pace, but still behind the leaders. Looks like they're trying to stay in the hunt. Kuvo is now in 1st place, climbing 2 spots. Alex HAX Natit has moved up to 3rd, and Chozing's Coast is in 4th after gaining 1 position. Kufo is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control. Looks like he's got this race in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Shoot 'Em Up just moved up to 5th place. Yesteron 133,796 is closing the gap on ice, cutting it down by 3.6 seconds. Ice is gaining on Shoot 'Em Up, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Akvaiti is hot on Adam Flash's tail, inching closer with every lap. Akvaiti is driving a 2012 Praga R1, currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is 1:16.376, so they're holding steady but not pushing the limits. Looks like a solid middle of the pack effort so far. Wow, Kufo really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Kufo really pulled off an incredible Triple Crown win. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's some serious domination. Congratulations to them. They must be feeling pretty unbeatable right now. That's a performance worth celebrating. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Batangas racing circuit has tight corners and quick turns that really test a car's ability to stay glued to the road. Speed is important, but if a car can't navigate those curves smoothly, it's not going to perform well overall. Though, precision steering and good suspension setup would be my top priorities here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to make a move before we dive into the race. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI-driven beauty takes the crown. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. We have Medisberry in a classic 1983 Fiat Uno, a tiny little thing that's probably more used for city driving than racing, versus Jean-Claude Show in a sleek, powerful 22 Ferrari Enzo. I mean, no surprise here, right? The Ferrari Enzo is designed for speed and precision, so it's probably going to leave the Fiat Uno in the dust. Still, I've got to admit, there's something charming about watching a tiny Fiat take on a Ferrari at Batangas racing circuit. But in the end, unless the Uno pulls off some miracle, I'd put my money on the Ferrari to take the win without breaking a sweat. Alright folks, the race is kicked off at Batangas Racing Circuit, and leading the pack is the Hyper 7, and it's driving a classic 1990 Chevrolet Corvette C4 CR1. Looks like this vintage beauty is trying to show it still has some speed. The Hyper 7 has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Rosaurus is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ixnobitixel is on a roll, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Rondon 69 is also making moves, now in ninth after passing 3 cars. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining ground, now in 12th after overtaking 4 cars. Theonclosure Show is climbing fast into the top 11. Raditzeroactive Vixen is right behind, also making a move into the 12th spot. Lithocarp is gaining ground, now in the 17th position after overtaking 3 cars. Lithocarp is making a move, climbing 3 spots to reach 14. Senyahima is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Vagrantanshanta is also advancing, grabbing 5th place. Rondon 69 just sneaks into 5th place. Looks like they're on the move. Raditzeroactive Vixen climbs into 10th. Lithocarp makes a small jump to 13. Nothing too dramatic yet. Senyahima just sneaked into 3rd place. Whip 3out25 is closing in on the Hyper 7, cutting the gap by over a second. Raditzeroactive Vixen and Theonclosure Show are nose-to-nose for 9th. Rondon 69 is closing in on TPPA, chipping away at the gap by 1.5 seconds. Whip 3out25 is climbing up to 7th place. Theonclosure Show is sneaking into 8th. Radioactive Vixen advances to 9th place. Lithocarp is closing in on Navling, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Box climbs to 15th place. Rondon 69 is climbing up to 4th place. TPPPA and Rondon 69 are nose-to-tail fighting for that spot. Raditzeroactive Vixen is slicing into the gap with Theonclosure Show, closing in by a second. Radioactive Vixen is climbing up to 8th place. Gnavling is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Raditzeroactive Vixen is gaining on Whip 3out25, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Lithocarp is also closing in on Theonclosure Show, with the same 1.3 seconds. H2, Hova and Natasperry are locked in a tight fight for the 20th spot. Senyahima is gaining ground on Ixnobotaxel, closing the gap by a second. Lithocarp is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. The Hyper 7 is driving a 1990 Chevrolet Corvette C4C R1, which is known for its impressive speed and handling. Their race looks pretty rough so far, sitting in the last place and clocking the slowest lap time by a wide margin. Ixnobotaxel is gaining on Maya, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Senyahima is not far behind Ixnobotaxel, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wow, looks like Maya just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Maya, you totally crushed it. That was an incredible race, and you showed everyone how it's done. Great job dominating the track. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because the twists and turns at Barcelona Moto require a car that can adapt quickly and stay glued to the road. High cornering grip is essential to maintain speed through those sharp bends. While overall power is nice, I think being able to navigate the curves smoothly will make the biggest difference here. Speed on the straights can be recovered later, but if you can't handle the corners, you're probably not winning this race. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in or forever hold your peace. The race is about to kick off and you don't want to miss your chance to see your chosen machine slug it out on the track. So get those selections in before it's too late. Well, looking at the cars, Maybe's Lancia Stratos Turbo has that classic rally legend vibe with some serious agility, but it's a bit older and may struggle with the modern track layout. On the other hand, Papa KC's Chevrolet Deacon Monza GTX from 1979 is a big, powerful muscle car, which might have the raw speed, but could be a handful on the twists and turns of Barcelona Moto. It's a tough call since the Lancia might handle the corners better with its lighter build, but the Monza has that brute strength. My gut says that the old-school turbo rally car might edge out due to its maneuverability. But hey, in AR racing, anything can happen. Let's see if vintage charm beats brute force today. Alright folks, Seda Mojijames is taking the lead from pole position in that vintage 1978 Greenwood Corvette GTX. Young classic cars and modern tech. What a combo to start the race. Billy has taken the lead right out of the gate. Zade Mojijames is holding strong in second place, and Naibi is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Tangodaki TTV is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23. Captain Canadian is also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to land at 26. Naiba and Sada Mojijames are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is on a tier, climbing 4 spots to 7th place. Bean Streams is making moves, overtaking 5 cars to settle in 12th. Kickass Lady X3 is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to reach 16th. Naibe is rapidly catching up to Cloudy, closing the gap by 16 seconds. I am inching closer to Papa KC, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. Frankenbalz is climbing the ladder, moving up one spot to take ninth place. X Ragnaroks is driving a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. They're currently in the 23rd position, so the race isn't exactly going their way. Gargala Svet has climbed to 12th place. Gabitha Minimac is now in 25. Naibe is closing the gap on Cloudy, getting closer by a second and a tenth. Slipnislida Gaming and Ice are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Naibe is inching closer to Cloudy, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Wanga 10-7 272 and Frankenbalz are nose to nose for 9th place. Vargala Svet is climbing up to 10th. Rogue is inching into 14th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is really closing the gap on Ren Kaori, just a second and a half behind now. Wanga Tang 7272 is climbing up to 9th place. Vargala Svet is also on the move, grabbing 10th. Frankenbalz just nudged into the top 12. Looks like the battle for 11th is heating up between Amy and Frankenbalz. Naibe is making a little progress, climbing to 28. Vargala Svet is closing in on the top 10. Rogue is making steady progress too. Maya is holding a solid position in the middle of the pack. Tangadaki DTV is driving a 1970 Opel Commodore. They're currently in the 22nd place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle. Josh Biosh is climbing up to 7th place. Vargala Svet is closing in on Anonymous Ninity 3, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ is moving up to 20th place. Maya is now just a second behind Papa KC. Anonymous Ninity 3 has climbed to 7th place. Vargala Svet is closing the gap on Josh Biosh, now only 1 second behind. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up the ranks. Ren Kaori is closing the gap on Aetherplasm, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Vargala Svet is making moves, now in 8th place. Aetherplasm is inching closer to Papa KC, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Josh Biosh is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to take 7th place. Kikus Lady X3 and Bean Streams are locked in a fierce duel for 14th place. Wow, Billy, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Billy just took the win. Congrats on that victory, you earned it with some impressive driving. As for the rest of you, the chance to claim a car is still on the table. Maya, you really outdid yourself with those overtakes today. You can claim the 1978 Porsche 935/78. A true classic. Keep the momentum going, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Nürburgring Sprint GT is all about tight turns, high-speed bends, and technical sections that demand agility and precise control. While straight-line speed is nice, being able to navigate those tricky curves quickly without losing grip will make a huge difference. Balance and responsiveness in the car's suspension and steering are key here. Accelerating out of corners smoothly and maintaining stability through the high-speed sections would really give any car an edge on this famous track. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your cars before the countdown hits 0. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see some of these AI cars race off into the sunset. Time's ticking, so get those choices in now. Hey Naiba, great to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready for some AI car racing action that's about to get pretty intense. Sit back, enjoy the ride, and maybe even pick a side in the chaos. Wow, what a clash of the titans. On one side, we have the sleek vintage charm of the 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. It's got style, agility, and that unmistakable Italian flair. On the other side, the all-American muscle of the 1967 Chevrolet Impala SSS. Big, bold, and probably a little heavier, but don't underestimate that raw power. Given the Nürburgring Sprint GT's twists and turns, I'd lean toward the Lamborghini. Its design screams nimbleness, and that could give it the edge in tight corners. The Impala, though mighty, and probably loud enough to shake some foundations, might struggle a bit with agility. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything could happen. Still, my bet is on the Lamborghini taking the win by a nose. Alright folks, the race is underway here, at Nürburgring Sprint GT, and leading the pack is Kyosify in a classic 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova S. Can this vintage beauty hold off the modern chaos? Stay tuned. Kyosify has taken the lead right out of the gate. Zotsfired is holding strong in second place. Whip 3 out 25 is currently in third. But don't blink or you'll miss the shuffle. Zotsfied is now in first place. Kyosify is right behind him, both battling for the lead. 2 Ps and a podcast has climbed to 7th place, making some moves. Emerald Tick 30988 advances to 7th place. Just Sinead climbs to 12th. Just Sinead and Nabi are neck and neck for 11th. Tanga Girl is climbing up to 8th place. Naiba and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for 10th. Just Shanetv and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 11th. Naibe is climbing nicely to 9th place. Maya is making a move up to 17. Abigail Killams is inching closer to the top 21. Kaiosify and Whip3out25 are nose to nose for 2nd place. Yum Chubby Panda and Ablaze are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Rutri Boy Gaming Studios just sneaked up 1 spot to 15. Just Shanef is climbing up to 11th place. Stephen Brinkley and Justin Atif are nose to nose for that spot. Squat Bender and Just Pancaketail locked in a fierce fight for 13. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing up 1 spot to take the 6th place. Yum Chubby Panda and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to nose for 6th. Just Pancakes and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a close fight for 12th. Whip3out25 is climbing to 2nd place. Emerald Tick 398 is now in 5th. Bubote has moved up to 18th. Bubote advances 1 spot to take 17th place. Bean Streams also moves up 1 spot to occupy 21st. Abigail Killams and Bean Streams are locked in a close fight for 21st. Katsuma Girl and Yum Chubby Panda are neck and neck for 7th place. Bean Streams and Alwyn Storm are locked in a close fight for 20th. Naibe is climbing fast and is now in 7th place. Katsuma Girl and Naibe are nose to nose for that 7th spot. Abigail Killams is making a move and is now in 21st place. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th place. Shoot 'em Up and Emerald Tick 398 are locked in a close fight for 4th. Just Janetv is advancing 1 position to 10th. Kaiosify is trying to hold off Emerald Tick 398 for 3rd place. Kaiosify just made a move to defend that position. Kaiosify keeps that spot by a hair. Meanwhile, Naiba and Ablaze are nose to nose for 6th place. Naiba just edged ahead with a slick move. Ablaze is not giving up though, staying close. Katsuma Girl and Naiba are battling for 7th. Katsuma Girl just overtook Naiba on the straight. Naibe is fighting back, but Katsuma Girl is holding firm. Emerald Tick 398 just gained a spot and is now in 3rd place. Naibe is climbing up to 6th. Katsuma Girl is moving into 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Naiba is climbing up to 5th place. Shoot 'em Up and Naibe are battling it out for that position. Justanev has moved up 2 spots to 8th. Whip3out25 takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Naiba advances to 4th, inching closer to the top. Justanev is closing in on Katsuma Girl, but still a decent gap to close. Wow. With 3 out 25, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. I guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Whip 3 out 25 took the checkered flag. Great job, champion. You totally crushed it out there. And for Naibi, with the most overtakes, you've earned yourself a vintage beauty. A 1963 VR Griffith 200 is now yours. That's a classic that's sure to turn heads. Congrats to everyone. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now before the race starts and your favorite car gets snatched up. Don't miss out on the thrill. Wow, this is quite the showdown. The Suzuki Swift is known for its agility and zippiness in tight corners, so if Spikeballs can keep it smooth, they might have the edge in handling. On the other hand, the Peugeot 206 RC has that extra oomph under the hood, which could give Zasatur a little boost on the straights. But let's be honest, Knockhill's twists and turns are all about finesse and grip, not raw power. So I'm leaning slightly towards Spikeballs in the Swift, especially if they can capitalize on the track's technical bits. Then again, the Peugeot's lighter weight might make it a sneaky contender. Either way, I hope this turns into a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Knockhill and leading the pack is the relaxed U-Class in a 1999 Honda Civic Si. Looks like a classic underdog story in the making. Relaxed View has shot off the line into the lead. Brando Booster is holding strong in second place. Entry 192 Gigs is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty calm start so far. Draven 92X is making a move to the front of the pack. Ren Kaori is climbing steadily to 5th place. Autumn Thunderbird and Kickass Lady X3 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Annex Agorax just snuck into 3rd place. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing fast into 7th. Timborghini Tuba is inching closer to the top 20 at 11. Annex Agorax just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Rien Kaori and Brandobusta are nose to nose for 4th. They've 84 and Prodigy plays 58. are still locked in a close fight for 17th. Ren Kaori is storming through the field, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Nonstop leads is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 10th. Brando Buster is inching forward, moving up 1 position to 3rd. Annex Agarax is closing in on Relaxed View, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Eunice Gottlieds is climbing 2 spots to take 8th place. Lin Lilak and Juna Gottlieds are locked in a tight battle for 8th. Spikelt is climbing up to 11th place. Maya is catching up to 12th. Naibe is sneaking into 13th. Annex Sagarax is closing in on Relaxed View, closing the gap by 1 second. Autumn Thunderbird has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th. The Foots 84 is also moving up 1 spot, now in 13th. Annex Agarax is chipping away at Relaxed View's lead, now just a blink behind for 4th place. Eunice Gottlieds is closing in on Amy, looking to make it a tight race there too. Annex Agarax is climbing to 4th place. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in on Relaxed View, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is moving up to 11th place. Annex Agarax is gaining on Brandobuster, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Thefs 84 has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Spikels and Thefs 84 are nose to nose for 12th place. Annex Agarax is having a rough time dropping to 10th place. Relaxed View is climbing up to 4th. Autumn Thunderbird is also making progress up to 5th. Annex Agarax is dropping like a stone, now in 16th place. Ren Kaori is climbing steadily, claiming the top spot. Autumn Thunderbird and Relaxed View are nose to nose for 4th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Dre 192X is really having a tough time dropping to 14th place. Brandobuster is climbing up to 2nd place, inching closer to the leader. Autumn Thunderbird is making a move up to 3rd. Not bad at all. Autumn Thunderbird is gaining on Brandobuster, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Amy is narrowing the distance to Relaxed View by just over a second. Vodka Morning is climbing the ranks, now in 14th place. Relaxed View is driving a 1999 Honda Civic Si and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is 1:06.919, so they're holding steady but not setting the pace. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Wow, Ren Kaori, you really outpaced everyone else? Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Ren Kaori really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations! Looks like all that virtual driving skill paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Sydney Homebush Street Circuit is quite tight and technical, so a car that can navigate sharp corners and switch directions quickly would have the upper hand. Acceleration also plays a role, since there are a few short straightaways, where quick bursts of speed can make a difference. Overall, a balanced mix of nimbleness and good brakes will help stay competitive in this urban street setting. Alright, so we have a seasoned racer with over 3,800 races under their belt, winning about 7% of the time, and ranked 7th overall. That kind of experience definitely gives them an edge, even if the win percentage might suggest they're not always on the podium. On the other hand, XOSA's is a bit of an unknown, which makes this a classic case of the experienced veteran versus mysterious rookie scenario. Sometimes the unknown can be surprisingly quick, but without stats or background, it's hard to bet against the guy with a full sleeve of races. Given all that, I'd say the seasoned driver has the upper hand here. They've seen a lot on the track, and while they're not winning every race, their consistency and experience tend to win out over unknown quantities. But hey, maybe XOSS has a secret move or two up their sleeve. We'll see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Amy is leading the pack in her vintage 1966 McLaren M1B, starting on pole. Looks like she's setting the pace early, but with these AI drivers, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Starting grid is set with Amy in the lead, Tales of Strilly in second, and Lithocarp in third. Let's see if they can hold those positions or if the AI has other plans. Lithocarp and Tales of Strilly are nose to tail for second place. Athena CNC just gained one spot and is now in seventh. Joey Pastrami and Athena CNC are also close for sixth. Joey Pastrami is climbing to 6th place. Le Caillou is now 11th. Cloud Surfer 69 has moved up to 13th. Lithocarp and Tales of Strilly are nose to nose for second place. Cloud Surfer 69 just slipped into 12th, inching closer to the top. Lithocarp is climbing to second place. Josh Biosh is also moving up to third. Tales of Strilly and Josh Biosh are nose to nose for that third spot. Strili is making a move up to third place. Athena CNC is closing in on Joey Pastrami, cutting the gap by a second. Captain Canadian is climbing to 13th place. Joey Pastrami just moved up one spot to 5th place. Beach Mepsi and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for 5th. Captain Canadian is closing in on Cloud Surfer 69, cutting the gap by a second. The tight street circuit is likely causing close battles and frequent overtakes, especially for those in the middle of the pack. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 14th place. Snowbudixel is also moving up to 15th place. Looks like they're both making some progress. Violetta Mama is driving a 1968 Holden Monaro, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. Looks like she's stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in 15th place. Not much action happening around her, so she might be waiting for a chance to make a move. Violetta Mama is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Cap Holster is hot on Owen Storm's tail, inching closer with every lap. Matthesaurus Rex is in 10th place with a classic 1965 Ford Mustang GT. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. The tight corners and sharp turns are favoring the vintage ultralights with better handling. The slower Group 3 cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. Captain Canadian is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Aber. They're currently in 15th place, just behind the leaders in Group 3. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Beach Mepsi is racing a 1966 Porsche 906. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is way off the pace, at 1 minute, 45 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. It's Bumblebee is driving a 1967 Simca Rally 2. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, currently in the last group and quite a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations to Amy. You really showed off on that track. Well-deserved victory. And look at that. You also snagged the fastest lap. That means you can claim the vintage 1966 McLaren M1B. Talk about driving in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability because Batangas Racing Circuit has some tricky turns and requires precise control. Acceleration is also important here to maximize each straightaway, but without good grip through the curves, all that speed won't matter much. Overall, a car that can carve through the corners smoothly and maintain stability at high speeds would be ideal for this track. Alright, with such limited info about both drivers, it's basically a coin toss. Since they're both piloting the same 2019 Ford Mustang on the Batangas Racing Circuit, it's all about who can handle the curves better and push a little harder. Maybe Enistic surprises us, or maybe Gerloff Diamond shows some hidden talent. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up until we see them hit the track. But hey, that's the fun of racing, anything can happen. Alright, everyone. The race just kicked off at Batangas Racing Circuit, and leading the pack is Rex Neerzer in a classic 2008 Ford Falcon FG. He's starting in the front, so let's see if he can hold on to that top spot, or if someone's gonna sneak past. The race kicks off with Rex Neerzer taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second, and Relaxed View holding on to third. Looks like Rex Neerzer is trying to set the pace early on. Nya is closing in on the pack. Lithocarp just overtook Swell Placevy for the fourth place. Relaxed View and Amy are still neck and neck for second. Swell Placevy is climbing to fourth place. Famaka is now in sixth. Stephen Brinkley is making a move to ninth. Stephen Brinkley and Architect are neck and neck for 8th place. Zachary TV is climbing up one spot to 14th. Zachary TV and Unistix are locked in a close fight for 13th. Stephen Brinkley and Architect are nose to tail for 8th place. Gerloff Diamond and Two Peas in the Podcast are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Youngjan Store 202 is climbing up one spot to 14th. Stephen Brinkley and Architect are nose to nose for 8th place. Almond, Two Peas in the Podcast and Blaming Buddha are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Zachary TV is climbing up one spot to 14th. Squat Bender is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Akinona is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 15th. Little Carp and Swell Placed V are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Nyala Totip 988 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to reach 17. Akanoni just nudged up 1 to 14. And Maya is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 15. Things are heating up. Relaxed You just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Amy and Relaxed View are nose to tail for that 2nd spot. Stephen Brinkley and Architect are swapping positions in a close fight for 8th. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Lithocarp is now in 5th. Amy just snuck into 2nd. Amy is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like she's holding steady just behind Rexenzer and is likely to keep the pressure on. Unistix is stuck in the back with no lap time, while Gerloff Damond is just ahead in the middle of the pack. Looks like Unistix might be out of the race before it even starts. Tupi Zanda Podcast is in the last place with a Holden Commodore VF. Their race looks like a disaster so far, with a lap time that's basically a non-race. Relaxed View is driving a Ford Falcon FGX from 2015. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap just shy of 1 minute 38 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing too hard. Stephen Brinkley just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Architect and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for 8th. Wetbender is also moving up, now in 12th. Wow. Rexenzer took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Well done. Oh wow, Rexenzer took the crown? What a fantastic performance, they really showed those cars who's boss. Well done, Rexenzer. Here's a fun fact for you. The GT1 racing car class was like the Wild West of racing during its heyday. These cars were so powerful and exotic that they often looked like they belonged on a spaceship rather than a racetrack. It was a period where manufacturers pushed the limits with crazy aerodynamics and supercharged engines just to grab the top spot. Think of it as racing's version of a circus. Spectacular. A little chaotic, but definitely unforgettable. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your chance before the timer runs out. Don't miss out on your favorite machine to cheer for in the race. Get those picks in and let's see which car is going to dominate the track. Wow, this is a fancy matchup for sure. The 1996 Ferrari F50 GT is a beast with its raw power and racing pedigree. But then again, the 1993 Jaguar XJ220 is no slouch, known for its sleek design and impressive speed for its time. Honestly, it might come down to the track and how these cars handle those sharp corners. If I had to guess, I'd say the Ferrari has the edge in outright speed, but the Jaguar could surprise us if it manages to stay steady. This race could be a photo finish or a blowout, so stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Interlomas track. Amy's got pole position in the GT1 class, cruising in a classic 1995 TV, R Cerberus Data. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Ebony Shadow has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. Gliding Penguin is sitting comfortably in third, but don't blink, or they might be overtaken. Hikori Hamzam just overtook someone to take third place. Baycorn is right behind, also climbing up. They're nose to tail in this tight fight for third. Baycorn is climbing to third place. Tiguom is advancing to 14th. Gary 17 and is pushing up to 15. Xumer Girl just climbed one spot to 5th place. Gary 17th also moved up one spot to 14th. Hikori Hamzam just overtook someone to take third place. Baycorn and Hikori Hamzam are nose to nose for third. Kuma Girl and Baycorn are locked in a close fight for fourth. Kazumer Girl is making a move up to third place. Gliding Penguin and Hikori Hamzam are nose to nose for fifth. I am closing in on Gliding Penguin, chipping away at the gap by just over a second. Gliding Penguin just overtook someone to take the 5th place. The F Empress and Maya are nose to nose for 7th. Krandilive is creeping up to the 12th spot. Zerk Gaming Gate and Krandilive are nose to nose for 12th place. T-Bomb just snuck into 14th, climbing one spot. Dank Nuggins and Tidy 61 are locked in a close fight for 16. Amy is closing in on Ebony Shadow, cutting the gap by 7.6 seconds. Gliding Penguin is stuck in the mud, dropping 12 spots to 17. Hikori Hamzam just sneaked up one place to 5th. Sir Gamingate is gaining on T-Bone fast, just 11 seconds behind now. Katsumagil has climbed to 2nd place. Hikori Hamzam is chipping away at Bacorn's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Hikori Hamzam is really pushing, closing in on Bacorn and shaving off a second and a half. T-Bone is hot on DJ Magashat's tail, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Gary 710 is climbing up to 13th place, making moves through the pack. Gary 17 just overtook someone to move into 11th place. T-Bone and Gary 710 are still neck and neck for 12th. Chmagashat and Gary 17 are close behind in a fierce fight for 11. Hikori Hamzam is driving a Jaguar XJ220, a classic supercar known for its speed and sleek design. They are currently in 5th place, holding steady with a decent lap time, so it looks like they're maintaining a solid pace in the middle of the pack. Tita 61 is climbing up to 13th place. T-Bone and Tita 61 are nose to nose for that same spot. Gliding Penguin is chipping away at Dank Nuggins, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Bacon is climbing up to 3rd place. Zerk Gamingate and T-Bone are locked in a close fight for 14th. Ebony Shadow is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Congratulations, Ebony Shadow. Looks like you left everyone in the dust and took the top spot. Clearly, speed is your middle name. Well done. Wow, Ebony Shadow really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. That was a race to remember. They definitely showed some impressive skills out there. Great job, Ebony Shadow. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Mario track circuit, I would go with the 1985 Mazda RX 7 Turbo. Its lightweight design combined with that rotary engine gives it a good shot at weaving through tight corners and hitting high speeds. Plus, it has that cool factor that just might give it a little extra boost. The others are cool cars too, but I think the RX-7's blend of agility and speed makes it a strong contender in this playful chaos. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make that glorious decision. Don't leave your car crying in the garage while these beauties hit the track. Get those picks in before it's too late. Alright. So we've got a aerofoil in a classic 1983, Porsche 911, SC, and BioArt in a 1987 Honda Civic Si. Now, looking at these cars, the Porsche is definitely the more powerful and sporty choice. It's built for speed and agility, especially on a track like Mario where sharp turns and quick acceleration count. BioArt's Honda Civic Si is no slouch, but it's more about balance and everyday reliability, not racing dominance. Given that, I'd say aerofoil has the edge here. That Porsche just screams performance, especially on a track designed to test handling and speed. BioArt's Honda will probably hang in there, but I have a feeling the Porsche will leave it in the dust by the end. Sorry Civic fans, but sometimes the classics just win by default. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Mario track with the slowest cars around in the 1980s class. Dan Knuggins is starting on pole in a 1978 Saab 99 Turbo, sure to make things interesting when it hits the gas, or maybe just when it starts moving. The race kicks off with someone leading the pack, Zufik in second, and Dan Knuggins holding on to third. Looks like a promising start for those three. Aerofoil is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Jackson Dabux is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Lockjohn 7 and Jackson Dabux are nose to nose, fighting for 5th place. Maya is now in 11th place, making quick work of 3 cars. Jackson Box has climbed to 4th, and Zookstercat is right behind, both fighting for that 4th spot. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. The Grand Enchanter just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Alocoast and Aerofoil are nose to nose for 13th place. Dan Knuggins is driving a 1978 Saab 99 Turbo, currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite matching the speed of the front runners. Aerofoil is climbing to 12th place. BioArt is also moving up to 13th place. Shota Todoroki 39 and BioArt are nose to nose for 13. Alaghost is driving a 1986 Ford Escort RS Turbo. Ace. They're currently in the 15th spot, just ahead of the Mustang King Cobra, but behind the Escort RS Turbo driven by Zugstrakat. Looks like a solid push, but still some room to improve. Zugstrakat and Jackson Dabox are neck and neck for 4th place. Vagrentenchanter is slicing into Lockjaw 7's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Maya is climbing up to 10th, making moves through the pack. The 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo is leading the race and has the fastest laps so far. It looks like it's holding a solid pace, but the second place Mazda is right behind, ready to pounce. Rafael just overtook Orange Funk to move into the 11th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that spot. Maya just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Jaime and Maya are nose to nose for that spot. Alilo Coast and Shotododorka 39 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Zufik is holding second and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for the win. Amy is driving a 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI. She's currently in the middle of the pack, in the 16th place, but her fastest lap is the quickest among her group, so she's definitely pushing hard. Rafael is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 SC. They're currently in the 12th position, just ahead of the last few races. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to climb up. Vagrentenchanter is driving a 1978 Saab 99 Turbo. They're currently in the 8th place, hanging just behind the top 7. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress forward. Orange Funk has just gained 1 position and is now in the 11th place. Rafael and Orange Funk are nose to tail, fighting for that 11th spot. Wow, look at that! Someone actually finished first. Congratulations on your impressive victory. Wow, what a race. Huge congratulations to the winner, you really drove like a champion today. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you did the most overtakes by far. So you get to take home that iconic 1986 Nissan Skyline R31 GTS. Oh, well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. The twists and turns in Okutama Sprint demand a car that can navigate sharp corners quickly and maintain stability at high speeds. A balance between acceleration and cornering grip would be key, because you want a car that can zip through those tight bends without losing control. Raw horsepower is less important here compared to precise steering and responsive suspension, so the driver can really dance around those bends. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now is the moment to make your decision before it zooms away without you. Don't be that person left behind when the race starts. Hey Crazy Finger son, welcome back to the madness. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some epic AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the track. Oh wow, this is quite the showdown. We've got Let's Go in a 2020 Toyota Supra GR, which is a fantastic car known for its agility and modern tech. Then there's Girl of Diamond in a 2010 Lamborghini Murcielago SV, a beast with serious power but maybe a little older and more raw. On the Otama Sprint, I'd say the Supra's probably got the edge with its balance and handling, especially on a twisty course. The Murcielago might have raw speed, but its age and potentially less nimble chassis could slow it down in those tight corners. So, my bet is on Let's Go, taking the win here. But don't count out the Murcielago just yet. It could surprise us if it finds its rhythm. Alright everyone, it's go time at a Kotama Sprint. Crazy Finger son is on pole in a 2018 Ford Mustang Shelby SS. Let's see if the muscle can muscle its way to the front. Crazy Finger son has taken the lead right out of the gate. Let's Go is holding strong in second place. Girl of Diamond is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Rob Slizzle is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is making a move, now in 10th after passing 5 cars. Girl of Diamond is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd place after moving up 1 spot. Telescope Bime is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is now 9th. Figureta Sport has gained 2 spots and is 10th. Akvaiti just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Akvaiti and Let's Go are nose to nose for 4th. Billy and Akvaiti are also fighting hard for 5th. Billy just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Billy and Let's Go are nose to nose for 4th. Akvaiti and Billy are also in a close fight for 5th. Akvaiti just slipped into 5th place, leaving Bililj in a tight chase for that spot. Lithocarp is climbing up to 11th, so the race is heating up behind the leaders. Billy is climbing up to 5th place. Higureta Sport is now 9th. Higureta Sport and Rob Swizzle are nose to nose for 8th. Telescope Beam is climbing up to 2nd place. Girl of Diamond and Telescope Beam are nose to nose for that spot. Akvathi and Billy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Girl of Diamond is climbing to 2nd place. Akvathi and Bilioj are locked in a close fight for 5th. Rob Swizzle is advancing to 7th. Telescope Beam just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Girl of Diamond and Telescope Beam are still neck and neck for that 2nd spot. Akvathi is climbing up to 5th place. Telescope Beam just overtook someone to take the lead. Ihavik Sema is climbing up to 8th place. Billy and Ihavik Sema are nose to nose for 7th. Lithocarp is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya is closing in on Yaboy Rwanda, shaving off a second. Maya and Yaboy Rwanda are nose to nose for the 14th place. Akvathi is really closing the gap on Drelitsko, just 1.6 seconds behind now. They're battling hard for 4th place. Lithocarp is climbing fast, up 2 spots to 8th. Rob Swizzle advances to 5th place. Lithocarp moves up to 7th. Billy and Lithocarp are nose to nose for 7th. Lithocarp is gaining on Akvathi, closing the gap by a second. 2. Ihavik Sema just moved up 1 spot to 8. Yaboy Rwanda is narrowing the distance to Junagot the leads, cutting it down by a second. 6. Akvathi just overtook someone to take 5th place. Rob Swizzle and Akvathi are nose to nose for 5th. Lithocarp is closing in on Rob Swizzle, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Lithocarp and Rob Swizzle are nose to tail for 6th place. Higureta Sport just gained a spot to 9th. NR Savage and Maya are locked in a close fight for 17. Wow. Telescope Beam really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic win for Telescope Beam. Congratulations on taking the victory. That was a race to remember. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage ultralights racing cars are known for their lightweight design and quirky charm? They were originally built to be fun and nimble, often with a touch of retro flair that makes them stand out on the track. It's like racing in a tiny, speedy art piece. Hey there, Adam K3. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been missing the high-speed chaos because we're about to dive into some more AI car racing fun. Buckle up! Wow, what a matchup! We've got Nyarlathotep Pep 98 in the 1967 Nissan R38002, which is a pretty fierce race car from the era known for its speed and power. On the other side, Amy is piloting a 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco, which has a classic charm, but might not pack the same punch in a race like this. Given the vintage cars and the racing track, I'd say Nyarlathotep Pep 98 might have the edge here. The Nissan R38002 is built for speed and agility, perfect for a fast-paced circuit like Silverstone Vintage. The Cooper, while adorable and historically significant, might struggle to keep up in a head-to-head race. But hey, that's the fun of seeing AI cars go at it. Anything can happen with a bit of unexpected AI chaos. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Silverstone Vintage, and Sean is on pole in a classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Looks like a true blast from the past, ready to battle it out. Nyarlathotep 98 is leading the race with a strong start. Crazy Fingerson is holding second place, trying to keep up. Sean is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Sean and Crazy Fingerson are nose to tail for second place. Amy just slipped into fifth after a good move. Taknesty and Amy are trading paint for fourth. Crazy Fingerson just took the lead now in first place. Taknesty moved up to fourth. Adam K3 and Amy are nose to nose for fifth. Zero Time Life is racing a 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR, which is a classic Italian compact race car. They are currently in the 13th place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle so far. Naibe is climbing to 10th place. Araspatial and Whip 3 out 25 are battling fiercely for 11th. Adam Kennedy is climbing up to 5th place. Maya and Amy are still neck and neck for 6th. Ia is now in 11th. Nyarlathotep 98 and Crazy Fingerson are neck and neck for the lead. Maya just gained a spot and is now in 6th place, closing in. Zero Timilayev is driving a 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR. They're currently in the middle of the pack and not making much noise so far. Shikamaru is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang GT, a classic muscle car. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly storming the front. Nyarlathotep 98 and Shran are nose to tail for second place. Maya and Adam JT3 are swapping positions in that tight fight for fifth. Nyala 98 is driving a vintage Nissan R3802, which is known for its classic design and racing heritage. They are currently in third place, holding steady but not challenging for the lead yet. Taknesty is driving a 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco. They're currently in fourth place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Taknesty is now in third place, climbing one spot. Amy has also gained one position and is now in sixth place. Taknesty is climbing to second place. Zero Team Alive is now in 12th. Mika Broadcast has moved into 13th. Adam Kel 3 is climbing up to fourth place. Amy and Nyarlatha Pep 98 are locked in a close fight for fifth. Crazy Fingerson is leading in a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider, a lightweight and agile car designed for hill climbs. They seem to be holding a solid lead with the fastest lap, but Shran is right behind, ready to pounce. Wow, Crazy Fingerson, you really pulled it off. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Enjoy the victory, champ. Wow, Crazy Fingerson really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You drove like a true champion. And hey, you've also snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim the stunning 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. That's quite the vintage prize for your collection. Well deserved. Here's a fun fact for you. Group 4 racing cars were basically the superstars of the 1970s and early 80s racing scene. They were originally built for production-based racing, but some of them looked so wild and competitive that they almost seemed like prototypes. It's like having a car that's both your everyday street car and a race car at the same time. Talk about versatility. Alright everyone, the countdown is on. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you'll be stuck watching the AI race without your favorite vehicle. Hurry up, or you might miss out on the car of your dreams or nightmares, depending on how you see it. Alright. This is a classic showdown with two iconic cars. But I have to give a little edge to the Shelby Daytona driven by Catgirl TM. The Daytona has a reputation for being a bit more aerodynamic, which might give her an advantage on the twists and turns of the Bernese Alps Festival. Well-placed VCA's Cobra is a beast, no doubt, but the Daytona's classic design might just give her that slight edge in handling and speed. Still, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. So stay tuned to see if the Cobra surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Bernese Alps Festival track, and Amy's leading the pack in her classic 1974 Ford Capri Rs 3100. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead, or if the others will pit her in the upcoming laps. Adam Petrie has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second place. Mighty Chunk is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks soon. Crazy Fingerson is climbing to fourth place. Catgirl TM is now fifth. Swell-placed V has moved up to seventh. Swell-placed FB and Tokidoki Bre are nose-to-nose for sixth. Swell-placed V is climbing to sixth place. Maya and Tokidoki Bre are nose-to-nose for seventh. Alexa's No Brain is inching up to 13th. Maya is now in seventh place, closing in on the top six. Fish the Husky has climbed to 11th, still a bit behind but making progress. The Group 4 cars are clearly dominating with the top spots, showing their performance on these alpine curves. The track suits their power and agility, giving them the edge over Group 2 cars trailing behind. The FOTS 84 is driving a 1971 Lotus Elan Sprint car. They're currently in the 14th place, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Swell-placed V is climbing to 5th place. Maya and Catgirl TM are nose-to-nose for 6th. Zekopal is inching up to 15th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Fish the Husky has moved up to 10th place, also gaining 1 spot. Zekopal has made a 2-position jump to 13th. Tokidoki Bre is gaining on Catgirl TM, and the gap is shrinking fast. Zekopal is also closing in on Blaming Buddha, but not quite as quickly. Adialev is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. They're currently in the 10th position and haven't made any notable moves yet. Looks like a steady race for now. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Zekopal and Blaming Buddha are locked in a fierce fight for 12. Maya is gaining on Crazy Fingerson, closing the gap by a second. Sekopal has climbed one spot to 12th place. Flaming Buddha and Sekopal are nose to nose for 12th place. Fish the Husky and VD39 are nose to tail in 9th place. Dosset 84 is chopping down Idealiv's lead, now just 1 second behind. Amy is leading the race in a 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100. Looks like she's holding on to her position comfortably so far. Maya and Crazy Fingerson are neck and neck for 4th place. Sekopal is slicing through the field, now just a second behind Stephen Brinkley. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up the ranks. Toadette the Kitty is closing the gap on Alex Has No Brain, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Mighty Chunk and Amy are nose to nose for 2nd place. Alex Has No Brain is chipping away at Flaming Buddha's lead, closing in by a second and a third. The Alpine twists are definitely testing the car's agility and driver skill. Faster cars are pulling ahead on the straights, but the tight corners are keeping the pack close. Fish the Husky is racing a 1968 Porsche 912R. They're currently in 11th place, but quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady but slow race so far. Adam Kefree is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something unexpected happens. Wow, Adam K3 just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Adam Key3 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. You drove like a true champion. As for the rest of you, listen up. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap with your lightning speed, so you get the 1970 Opel Commodore from Group 4. Nice job. Who's ready to claim their prize next round? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Feldbergring circuit, I'd probably go with the 1968 Porsche 912R. It's got that timeless Porsche engineering with a good balance of power and handling that could really shine on a tricky winding track, like Feldbergring. Plus, with its lightweight design and precise steering, it could outmaneuver some of the older or more vintage cars that might struggle with modern demands of racing. The rest are fun classics, but the Porsche seems like it would give the best shot at taking the checkered flag in this lineup. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want anyone to miss out on the action or end up with the digital equivalent of a lemon. Get those selections in and let's see which machine will dominate the race. Well, with that kind of record, Amy's got to be the favorite, right? 3,820 races and more than 700 wins shows they know their way around the track. Lazy Towner might be a mystery, but sometimes a good underdog story is just what we need. Still, I'd put my chips on Amy to take the win here. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Feldbergring and in Group 2. Spear Like Hail is on the front row with the classic 1968 Isuzu Bellet GTR. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its ground today. Spear Like Hail has shot off the line to take the lead. Adam K's holding steady in second place. And right behind, Amy is hanging on in third. Looks like a classic chase forming early on. Rogue just overtook someone to move into fifth place. Zero Timmy Leave and Rogue are still neck and neck for that spot. Meanwhile, Five and Crazy Fingerson are battling hard for 8. Maya is watching Athena CNC and Dank Nuggins battle for 14th place. The gap is tightening up. Amy is closing in on Adam JT3, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Nadisberry is gaining on Zero Time Alive, closing the gap by 1.1 second. Adam K3 is closing in on Speed Like Hail, closing the gap by 1/32. Rogue is gaining on Lazy Towner, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Cap Holster is climbing up the ranks, moving one spot to take 8th place. Dorog is now in 4th place. Veskis has climbed to 16. Cap Holster is narrowing the gap with Shotskis by a little over a second. Lazy Towner is driving a Lotus A1 Sprint from 1971. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid race so far. Mobius is driving a 1962 Morgan Plus 4 Super Sports. They are currently in 23rd place and seem to be struggling a bit, given their position and the race's pace. Madisberry is in 7th place, driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Elon. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Dorog has gained 1 position and is now in 3rd place. Amy and Dorog are still neck and neck for 3rd. Madisberry has also moved up 1 spot and is now in 6th. Lucayu and I are nose to tail for 10th place. Looks like a good old-fashioned bumper car race. Dorog is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Madisberry has moved up to 5th place, also gaining 1 position. Crazy Fingerson is in 7th, climbing 1 spot. Crazy Fingerson and Lazy Towner are battling closely for 6th place. Adam Tree is catching Spear Like Hail fast enough to make a move soon. Madisberry is closing in on Amy and might overtake her before long. Shoebox TV is gaining on the Kaiju and could be in the mix shortly. Crazy Fingerson and Lazy Towner are nose to tail for 6th place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Dorog is closing in on Adam JT3, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Madisberry is closing in on Amy with a 1.5 second reduction. Crazy Fingerson is moving up 1 spot to take 8th place. Madisberry is climbing to 4th place. Gavensero Guy is making a move up to 8th. Lucayu is now in 10th after a 1 spot gain. Wow! Spear Like Hail really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest thing on the track today. Wow! Spear Like Hail, you took the checkered flag. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. As for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amy, You're the big winner from the bet race, and you get to take home a 1971 Lotus Elan Sprint in Group 2. Nice reward for your victory. Sure thing. A fun fact about the TCA racing car class is that it's specifically designed for amateur racers who want to experience the thrill of racing without the super intense speed of the more advanced classes. It's like the entry level of racing but still offers plenty of excitement and skill challenge. So even if you're just a hobbyist, you can feel like a pro behind the wheel. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now before the AI cars take off without you. Don't let your favorite car get left behind in the starting line. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. The Chevrolet Cruze is a solid car with a bit more size and potential for stability. But the Fiat Punto Abarth is known for its nimbleness and sharp cornering. Given the tight and twisty nature of Circuito Internacional de Vila-Real, I'd have to lean toward the Fiat Punto Abarth, stunning us with some impressive agility. The Cruze might have the raw power, but the Punto's going to dance through those sharp turns and probably come out ahead in the end. We'll see if the bigger car can keep up, or if the small but fierce Fiat takes the crown. Alright folks, Crazy Fingerson is kicking things off from pole position in that sleek 2014 BMW M235. iRacing. Looks like we're in for some fun at the Circuito Internacional de Vila-Real. Buckle up! Crazy Fingerson has taken the lead right out of the gate. Buchicero is holding strong in second place. Telescopeine is sitting comfortably in third. The pack is already starting to shuffle behind them. Verdrino just overtook someone to take fourth place. Jax in the box is climbing up to 10th. Adiev and Flinchikot-1 are nose-to-nose for 12th. Wentis Tapsambongzix is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Adam Pente 3 and Tapsambongzix are nose-to-nose for 6th. Unknown Tactics has climbed to 16th, making some progress. Adam Tilly and Lydia TsimbonkiX are nose to tail for 6th place. Tyler Droms 31 just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Waifuana and Alexas Nobrain are locked in a close fight for 17th. Jax in the box is in 11th place driving a BMW 320 Si from 27. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Random 69 is climbing up to 7th place. Adam G3 and Random 69 are nose to nose for that spot. Blinchy Caught 21 is making a move up to 11th. Adam K3 is climbing to 7th place. Waifuan is also moving up to 17. Alex Has No Brain and Waifuan are nose to nose for 17th. Official Class Elite is climbing up to 4th place. Wenti Tapsumbongs is now 5th. Adam K3 is knocking on the top 5 door in 6th. Waifuan is on the move climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Maya is gaining ground moving 2 spots to 10th. Tylodrums 31 is also climbing 2 spots to 11. The race is heating up. Blinchicot 21 is closing in on Jax in the box, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. AD Lead is climbing 1 spot to 11th place. Blanky Frankie is also moving up 1 spot to 12. Tylodrums 31 just blitzed through the field to grab the lead. Waifuana is closing fast on Unknown Tactis, closing the gap by over 11 seconds. Crazy Fingerson and Tylodrums 31 are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Crazy Fingerson takes the lead, now in 1st place. Wuchitsero moves up to 2nd. Telescope Dime climbs into 3rd. The race is heating up. Official Class Alive is closing in on the Telescope Dime with a 1.1 second gain. Adam Q3 is chipping away at Ekitabsum Bonxi, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ready to Row Activa Vixen just moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Idiev is driving a Mercedes C200 from 2008. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack without much action so far. Tylodrums 31 is driving a 2007 BMW 320 Si. They are currently in the 15th place and haven't set a valid lap time yet, so it looks like a rough race for them so far. Maya is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Adeleave is right behind in 8th after a strong push. Lanky Frankie is closing in on them, now in 9th. Looks like a tight battle forming. The Volvo C30 that Wenchi Tapsambongsis is driving is known for its compact size and sporty handling. Looks like they're holding a decent position in the middle of the pack, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Hey Rafael, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the virtual pit lane. Get ready to watch some crazy AI car racing action. Wenty Tapsum Bunks is gaining on official class alive, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Maya is hot on Adam JT3's tail, inching closer with every turn. Wow, Crazy Finger Son really pulled it off. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done on the win. Wow, Crazy Finger Son took the victory. Congratulations to them, they really showed those AI drivers who's boss. And hats off to Maya for snagging the fastest lap, and claiming that sleek 2010 Peugeot RCZ race car. Not bad at all. Who's ready to see what car they'll choose next? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Ottawa North Full Circuit, I'd probably go with the 1995 Williams W17. It's known for its remarkable balance of speed and handling that year. Plus the driver helped a lot too. The others are pretty solid, but the Williams just had that extra edge in performance and reliability. Besides, it's the kind of car that could probably handle those tight corners with ease, and still have enough speed to pull ahead at the final stretch. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it or you'll be stuck with the default. Don't say I didn't warn you. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright folks, we've got Popcorn Slayer in a Ligier JS41, and King Malcolm Erks in a Pacific PR02, both from 1995. Now, looking at these cars, the Ligier is known for being a bit more nimble and adaptable, while the Pacific might have a slight edge in aerodynamics from that era. But since it's all AI and simulated, the driver skill isn't exactly a factor here. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Popcorn Slayer's Ligier might just have the edge because of its versatility, and perhaps better handling. But hey, in a race like this, anything can happen, especially with AI and predictability. Who are you all rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is on at Ottawa North full track. And the Morning Star Soul is starting from the front in a 1995 Ligier JS41. Looks like we've got a classic F1 1995 showdown kicking off. Morning Star Soul has taken an early lead. Shron is holding strong in second, and Bubate is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Cherofa Kitten is on a roll, climbing from behind to 12th place. King Malcolm X is making progress, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bubate just moved up 1 spot to second, not bad at all. Popcorn Slayer is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take the 20th place. AIRFA just gained 1 position to sit in 4th. Amy and AA Raphael are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Bjornout is on a roll, climbing to 19th place. Caffeinated cars right behind, also making moves to 20th place. Buchitsero is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 22. Maya is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mr. Roche is also making moves, now in 12th after 3 overtakes. King Malcolm X is on a roll, moving up 5 spots to 13. Wayne Trinity 4 is making a move, climbing up to 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shron and Bubate are nose to nose for 2nd place. Raphael and Shron are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Crazy Fingerson and Raphael are nose to nose for 4th place. Cherofa Kitten is chipping away at Singoshi's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Wife One is climbing up now in 10th, leaving some others in her dust. Cherofa Kitten is closing in on Singoshi, the gap shrinking by 1.7 seconds. Caffeinated Car is gaining on Bjorn Art, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Caffeinated Car and Bjorn Art are locked in a tight battle for the 14th place. Popcorn Slayer advances to 15th place. Buchitsero is closing in on Caffeinated Car, gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Alex Has No Brain climbs to 22nd. Alex Has No Brain and Adam JT3 are neck and neck for 21st. Shron and Bubate are nose to tail for 2nd place. The Kaiju and Crazy Fingerson are swapping positions for 5th. Lotusos and the Kaiju are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Cherofa Kitten just sneaked into 7th place. Popcorn Slayer and Bjorn R are still neck and neck for 14. Wayne Trinity 4 is chipping away at Amy, closing the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Cherofa Kitten and the Kaiju are neck and neck for 6th place. Singoshi and Lotusos are locked in a close fight for 8. Popcorn Slayer just gained 1 spot and is now in 14. Sean and Bubate are nose-to-nose for second place. Le Caillou just snuck into the top 5, moving up one spot. Le Caillou and Ayarafel are locked in a close fight for 4th. Le Caillou's climbing fast up to 3rd place. Cherofakitten is also making moves up to 6th. Crazy Finger Song and Cherofakitten are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Wow, Morningstar Soul, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the finish line was just waiting for you. Well done. Wow, Morningstar Soul really pulled off an impressive win. Everyone better watch out because that was some serious racing skill. Congrats to them for taking the top spot, they earned it. Here's a fun fact about the Bathurst track, also known as the Mount Panorama Circuit. It's actually a public road for most of the year, which means people drive their normal cars up and down this legendary raceway when it's not hosting racing events. Imagine doing your daily commute, and then suddenly race cars roll past you at full speed. Talk about a rush to get to work. Well, since we don't have much info on either driver, it's a bit of a coin toss. Both are tackling Bathurst in a classic Ferrari F355 challenge. So it's more about who gets the luck of the track and their driving skills under pressure. I'd say it's a close call, but I'll put my money on Jade Anburn just because the name sounds like they might have a secret weapon up their sleeve. Let's see if that optimism pays off. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Bathurst with Detoxins leading the pack in a 1994 Ferrari F355 challenge. Looks like they've got a great start, so let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Detoxins has shot off the line, leading the race. Oscar Wolf is right behind in 2nd place, and I've managed to hold on to 3rd for now. Let's see if I can keep that position, or if someone's got plans to overtake. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Amy has moved up to 3rd, and she's not giving up easily. Oscar Wolf and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Oscar Wolf and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Indus Platinum and Rosa Gold Gaming are fighting hard for 6th. Mr. Wolf J and Thomas Moran are locked in a close duel for 11th. Natrixco is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 22. Reno T4 is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Rome Spider is making progress, now in 19th. Rome Spider is in 21st place, driving a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Their race seems steady but not quite at the front. Crazy Fingerson is in 19th place with a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Reno T4 is holding on to 3rd place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Necrophantasm and Indus Platinum are neck and neck for 7th. No room for mistakes. Cherofa Kitten and Troifa 93 are battling for 16th. Looks like a game of inches. Necrophantasm and Indus Platinum are neck and neck for 7th place. The Thoughts 84 just gained 1 spot to move into 12th. Mr. Wolf J and the Thoughts 84 are now fighting for 12th place. Thomas Moran just gained 1 spot, now in 10th place. Thomas Moran and Whip3L25 are nose to tail for 9th. The Thoughts 84 and Vargala Svet are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Vargala Set just climbed to 10th place. Mr. Wolf J is now 12th. Thea Empress moved up to 25th. Looks like some steady progress. Bean Streams is in 16th, just ahead of Jade Anburn in 15th. Not much room to breathe, but Jade Anburn has a slight edge for now. Thomas Moran is in 11th place, racing a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Looks like he's holding steady, but not making much progress. Crazy Fingerson is in 19th place, driving a Ferrari 355 Challenge from 1994. Their race looks steady, but not quite at the front yet. Whip3L25 is driving a Ferrari 355 Challenge, just like most others. They are currently in 9th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but staying in the middle of the field. Looks like they're holding steady without any major drama so far. Cherofa Kitten is holding on to 15, but Bean Streams is trying to sneak past on the inside. Crazy Fingerson and Rome Spider are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Vargala Svet is climbing up to 8th place. Thomas Moran has moved into 10th. Mr. Wolf J is now 11th. Whip3L25 is climbing fast, now in 9th place. Necrophantasm just moved up to 8th. Cloudno Girl and Rome Spider are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Trifonity 3 and Cherofa Kitten are neck and neck for the 16th place. Katsuma Girl just gained 1 spot and is now 19th. Matrix Go also moved up one spot, now sitting in 21st. Rosagold Gaming is closing in on Oscar Wolf, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Taknesty and Matrix Go are nose to nose for 21st. Hudasarar is climbing up one spot to 23rd, and is now battling Taknesty for 22nd. Reinecke is in 23rd place, just ahead of the last few races. Their fastest lap is around 2 seconds slower than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite catching up. Jada Ann Byrne and Thafaz84 are neck and neck for 13th place. Trifuninity 3 just sneaked into 16th position. Crazy Fingerson is stalking Cherif Kitten, closing the gap by a second and a third. Well, look at that. Detoxnance just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Detoxins really took the checkered flag this time. Huge congratulations to them. Looks like all that practice paying off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up this winning streak. Here's a fun fact. Indy Lights cars are basically the training wheels for the big IndyCar race. They look slick and go fast enough to make your heart race, but they're actually all about helping new drivers learn the ropes and sharpen their skills before taking on the bigger lead. So in a way, they're like the rookie of the racing world, getting their practice before the main event. Alright, based on what I see, Amy has quite the impressive race history with over 3,800 races under their belt. Winning 281 of those is not too shabby either. That suggests some solid experience and a good win rate. Lemon Coke Games, on the other hand, we don't really know much about them, so it's a bit of a wild card. Given the information, I'd lean towards Amy to take the lead, especially on a track like Charlotte Speedway where experience can really come into play. But hey, in racing, surprises are always around the corner. Let's see how they perform today. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Charlotte Speedway, and leading the pack is strutting Jarl in a 2014 Delara Al15. He's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will make a move. Strutting Jarl is leading the race with Lockjaw 7 in second and Figure 80 Sport holding third place. Looks like a tight start so far. Reikoharu G is climbing fast into 21st place. Saprandigan is right behind, also making moves into 22nd. Lord Buttrell is gaining ground as well, now in 26th. Looks like a busy race for those three. Maya is slicing through the field, now in third place. Crazy Fingerson is climbing fast, now in 26th. Lockjaw 7 is holding on to the lead, moving up one spot to first. Unknown Tactics is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 5th place. Wrath 92 is inching closer, grabbing the 4th spot. Amy is making progress, now in 13th. Queen Munda is slicing through the field to grab 4th place. Saprandigan is closing in on Reikoharu G fast, shrinking that gap by nearly 10 seconds. Unknown Tactics just climbed 2 spots to sit in third. Maya is climbing fast, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Wrath 92 is also on the move, pushing into 4th after passing 4 cars. Shoto Todoroki 39 is making a big jump, overtaking 7 cars to settle in 11th. Natrixco is making a bold move up to 11th place after overtaking 6 cars. Saprandigan is storming through the field, now in 12th place after passing 11 cars. Lord Buttrell is also on the rise, now in 13th place after overtaking 12 cars. Caffeinated Car is closing in on Baskitten TV, now just 10 seconds behind. Maya has overtaken someone to take the lead. Wrath 92 has moved up to 4th place. Silent Fox 213 is just ahead of Figure 80 Sport by a hair. T-Bone is trying to hold off Yesnin 196 for 9th place. Lord Buttrell and Saprandigan are nose to tail for 12. Wrath 92 and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for 3rd place. Zealand Fox 213 and Figure 80 Sport are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. T-Boam and Yesnin 196 are battling it out for 9th. Lockjaw 7 has just overtaken for the lead. Maya is right behind, not giving up yet. Zealand Fox 213 and Figure 80 Sport are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya is holding a narrow lead over Lockjaw 7 for 1st place. Wrath 92 and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for 3rd position. Zealand Fox 213 and Figure 80 Sport are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wow! Lockjaw 7 really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Lockjaw 7 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on a well-earned victory. Now Amy, since you won the bet race, you get to claim that shiny 2014 Delara IL-15. Nice haul! Looks like it's a good day for winners here. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Mugello, I'd probably go with the 1975 Ferrari 312. It's a legendary car with a strong racing heritage, and Mugello's mix of fast straights and tricky corners could really play to its strengths. Plus, it's Ferrari, always a bit of a favorite in my book. The others are all interesting, but the 312 just has that classic big engine roar and history behind it that makes it a top contender. Hey everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your final selections now before the AI takes over and assigns every car imaginable. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite in action. Well, considering the cars and drivers, I'd say Shalesy in the Hill GH1 has a bit of a nostalgic advantage. That car's got some interesting handling quirks, but it's not exactly known for its speed. Meanwhile, Shelby Tatiana30's McLaren M23 is a bit of a classic F1 legend, and if the AI has any sense, it'll leverage that speed and agility. So, my money is on Shelby Tatiana30 taking the lead and probably finishing in the top 3. Shazy's car might have a weird charm, but I wouldn't count on it crossing the finish line first. But hey, with AI races, anything can happen. You might see a surprising upset or two. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Mugello and Otto Artorius is sitting on pole position in the 1975 Fittipaldi FD03. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if those others are eager to spoil the fun. Otto Artorius has taken an early lead, with Waldo right behind in second place. Leach Mepsi is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Spikels is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 25. Bleach Mepsi just moved up 1 to second place. Waldo and Bleach Mepsi are nose to tail, fighting for that second spot. Wayne Nebretsky just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Kyroscope and Wayne Nebretsky are nose to nose for 5th. Ablahiza and Ed Sostuk 21 are neck and neck fighting for 7th. Amy is currently in 18th place with the BRMP201. Looks like she's trying to keep it steady but still has some ground to make up. Mahokaos just nudged into 8th place. Waifuan is inching closer to 12th. Unkuni Buddy and Waifuan are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Uncanny Buddy and Wei Fuan are nose to tail for 12th place. Adam K3 just gained a spot to 15th. Merchicken Live and Crazy Fingerson are locked in a fierce duel for 18th. Velocito 14 and Drewer False are nose to nose for 10th place. Adam K3 and Shazy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Merchicken Live is climbing up one spot to 18th. Merchicken Live and Shelby Tate on 130 are battling it out for 17th. Gabby the Minimac just climbed one spot to 23 Dorchong. GN Prime and Maya are nose to tail for 26. Looks like a close fight there. Uncanny Buddy is climbing up to 12th place. Waifuana and Uncanny Buddy are nose to nose for that 12th spot. GN Prime is making a move to 26th position. Gabby the Minimac is racing a Penske PC1 Diet. They started in 25th and are currently in 23rd, so they're making a little progress but still have some ground to cover. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on Velocity 14, closing the gap by 1.1 second. Shalesy is climbing up one spot to take 13. Crazy Fingerson and Merchicken Live are locked in a fierce battle for 18. Merchicken Live and Shelby Tateon 130 are locked in a tight fight for 17th place. Gabby the Minimac is chipping away at Unknown Tactus's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. And Maya is climbing up to 26th, making moves. Merchicken Live just gained one spot and is now in 17th place. Unknown Tactus also moved up one spot and is now in 20th place. The other three and Unknown Tactus are nose to tail fighting for 20th. Leech Mepsi is closing in on Oteliatorius, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are nose to nose for the lead. Crazy Fingerson and Shelby Tate on 130 are also battling hard for 18th place. Oteliatorius is having a rough time dropping to 16th place. Leech Mepsi is climbing up to 1st. Valdo is also making moves up to 2nd. Shelby Tate 130 is closing in on Crazy Fingerslun, cutting the gap by 17.2 seconds. Oteliatorius is having a tough time and has dropped 13 places to 29. Shazy is making moves, climbing one spot to 11th. Wow! Oteliatorius just took the win. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Congratulations to Bleach Mepsi for winning the race. That was some impressive driving right there. You really showed everyone how it's done. And a big shout out to Maya for those daring overtakes. You've earned yourself a vintage prize with the 1975 Shadow DN5. Nice work! Keep up the good racing, everyone. Sure thing! Did you know that vintage ultralights racing cars are so lightweight and nimble? They almost seem like they're flying across the track? It's like watching a bunch of tiny rockets zooming around, but with the charm of retro design. It's the perfect mix of speed and nostalgia, making every lap a little more exciting. Oh wow! What an interesting matchup! The 1967 Nissan R3802 is a beast with its raw power and racing pedigree, so it's likely to have the edge in straight lines and overall speed. On the other hand, the 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco is a classic with a more nimble, lightweight design, which could give it some advantages on a twisty track. But Blackwood GP No Chicane is pretty much a speed parade. Given the car choices, I'd put my chips on GN Prime, with the Nissan having a slight advantage in raw speed and stability. But hey, with racing, you never know. Maybe Arfael's Tiny Cooper will pull off a surprise maneuver if the AI is feeling particularly cheeky. Let's keep our eyes on the track. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Blackwood GP No Chicane, and leading the pack is GN Prime in a classic 1967 Nissan R3802. A 2. Looks like we've got some vintage style up front. GN Prime is leading the race, followed closely by Arfael in second place. Daimler Yosho is currently in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Arfael is climbing to the top spot. Maya is making a strong move up to third place. Zachary TV and Adam JT3 are locked in a fierce duel for fifth place. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Adam JT3 and the Uncle Joa Show are still locked in a fierce fight for fourth place. Shelby Tatiana in 30 has climbed 2 spots to take 8. Shelby Tatiana in 30 and the Kaiju are battling it out for 7th place. Adam Q3 is climbing up to 4th place. Sakurai TV is now in 5th. Crazy Fingers Zone has moved into 9th. Captain Trippy climbs 2 spots to 20. Captain Trippy and Hikori Hamsem are nose to tail for 19th. Aming-san advances 1 spot to 22. Spear-like Hail is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Zachariah TV and Adam JT3 are nose-to-nose for 4th. Shelby Tateo on 30, and Lakaiju are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Zachariah TV and Adam JT3 are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Shelby Tati on 130 just gained 1 spot, now in 7th. Lakaiju and Shelby Tate on 130 are also fighting for 7th, so expect some fireworks there. Igenerite and Kingroot are nose-to-tail for the 17th position. Captain Trippy is gaining on Hikari Hamzen, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Skex's Beau Prey is driving a 1974 BMW 22 Their race seems to be a non-starter with no lap time recorded, so they're probably stuck or just starting. Shelby Tayano 30 and Thumki Yosho are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Crazy Fingerson and Lakaiju are also locked in the fierce fight for 8th. Spear-like Hail is chopping down the gap to Aminsan by 1.2 seconds, so keep an eye on that. Shelby Tationum 30 is climbing up to 6th place. The battle for 6th is heating up between Shelby Tate on 30 and Thunko Josho. Crazy Fingerson is also making moves, now in 8th place. Lakaiju is just ahead of Crazy Fingerson and in 8th place. Sessatur is holding off Chubby Boy RJ for the 14th spot. Igenerite and Kingroot are neck and neck for 17th. Adam K is climbing up to 3rd place. GM Trime and Adam JT3 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Lakaiju is inching up to 8th place. Sakurai TV is climbing to 4th place. Skex's Beau Prix is making a move to 15th. Igenerite is catching up to Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Hikori Himzam is driving a 1971 Datsun 510, known for its balance and reliability. They're currently in the 20th place, quite a ways behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the front runners. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wow! Airafail took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Wow, IRFA, you really showed those AI drivers what you're made of. Congratulations on your victory, you deserve it. And hey, Shelby Tateon and 30. Excellent job on the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. That's quite the prize, so enjoy cruising in style. Sure thing. Did you know that the Blackwood GP no chicane track is actually a favorite for purists because it really tests a driver's skill without the added help of the chicane? It's like a true test of car control and bravery. Plus, racing here feels a bit more old school, almost like stepping back into the golden days of racing. Just imagine zooming through those fast corners without any of the chicanes slowing you down. Alright, so we're looking at two drivers in the same classic beauty. A 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, racing without chicanes at Blackwood GP. Based on the stats, Adam T3 has quite a bit more experience, with 85 races under their belt, and a handful of wins. Not the highest win rate, that definitely seasoned. Mena My Style 21 doesn't have much info, so it's a bit of a shot in the dark. Given the data, I'd put my money on Adam JT3. Experience often tips the scales, even if their win percentage isn't sky high. Plus, being ranked 30 suggests they're pretty competent. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. Maybe Mena My Style 21 is secretly a rising star. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Blackwood GP no chicane, and look at this Knox Exodus in front, driving a classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, starting on pole. So let's see if that vintage charm can lead the pack. Blackbeard's leading the pack, no surprise there. Knox Exodus is holding strong in second, and Donister 4 is hanging on in third. Let's see if anyone can shake up that order early on. Schmerzenleibes is climbing to third place. Knox Exodus is right behind them in the fight for second. Official Classy Live is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 6th. Donister 4 and Schmerzenleib are neck and neck for third place. Lifelana is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Crazy Fingerson is also up 2 spots, now 14th. Crazy Fingerson and Big Boy Betts are locked in a close fight for 13th. Epic Sugar is climbing to 4th place. Adam Kithry is now 7th. D-Factor has moved into 8th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Crazy Fingerson advances to 11th place. Shelby Tatione 130 climbs to 14th place. Shelby Tatione 30 and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 13th place. Knox Exodus is having a rough time dropping to 10th place. Schmerzenliebe is climbing up to 2nd place. Epic Sugar is also moving up to 3rd. Big Boy Bets is on the rise, now in 13th place. Jabuogi is hot on his heels, claiming the 14th spot. Sherogamerasa is making moves, now in 16th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Nox Exodus has stormed to the front, overtaking 20 cars to take the lead. Day Factor is not far behind, climbing through the pack to second place after overtaking 18 cars. I am closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by 15.2 seconds. Blackbeard and Death Factor are nose to nose for second place. Adam Caldier is climbing up to 7th. Silver Gaming is chipping away at Official Klasilev's lead, closing in by 2.4 seconds. Hamid Media is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 7th. Maya is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 19. Blackbeard is holding strong at the front, moving up 2 spots to first place. Adam Ganta 3 and Donaster 4 are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 16. Yasnin 196 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 16. Waifuana is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hermit Media is having a rough time, dropping down to 20th. Crazy Fingerson is making a move, now in 8th place after gaining 1 spot. Hermit Media is storming through the pack, overtaking 19 cars to grab the lead. Blackbeard and Hermit Media are nose to nose, fighting hard for first place. Liam and Zombush 86 are locked in a close duel for 18th position. Jabuogi is on a roll, climbing up to 10. Yasnin 196 is making moves, now in 14th. Blackbeard is having a rough time, dropping down to 18. Adam K is trying to squeeze past Official Klasilov for 4th place. Silver Gaming and Crazy Fingerson are still neck and neck for 7th. Yasmin 196 just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Blackbeard is on a roll, overtaking 18 cars to take the lead. Schmerzen Neve and Blackbeard are nose to nose for 1st place. Official Klasilov just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Congratulations to Schmerzen Live on their victory at Blackwood GP without the chicane. Clearly they know how to take the race to the limit. Well done. Wow, Schmerzen Live really crushed it. Huge congratulations to them for taking the victory. That was some impressive driving from the AI. And congratulations to Adam GT3 for winning the bet race. You now get to claim a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. A true classic. That car is a real beauty. Perfect for making a statement on the road. Well done. Sure thing. The 1985 WMP-83 is actually a unique piece of racing history, because it was built by a Swiss engineering company called William Martin. This car was famous for its compact design and clever aerodynamics. Fun fact? Despite its small size and unusual look, it was designed to be incredibly agile on the track, even though it didn't quite reach the same level of fame as some of its more glamorous counterparts. It's like the underdog of the racing world. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the cars are revving up. Make your choice now if you want your favorite to have a shot at glory. Don't miss out on the thrill of the race. Ooh. This is a classic battle of vintage versus a bit newer but still pretty old. The 1985 WMP-83 is a pretty sleek machine, and might have some advantages with its design for that era. But the Ford C100 from 1982 has that nostalgic racing charm, and could surprise us with its handling and speed. Considering the track at New Jersey Motorsports Park with all those twists and turns, I'd lean towards the car that's more agile and better suited for tight corners. Without knowing the AI's tuning, I'd say the Ford C100 might have a slight edge in agility. But honestly, this race could go either way, and I wouldn't be shocked if the WMP-83 pulls ahead with its power. It's a real toss-up. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race is on at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Crazy Fingerson is starting in the front seat, driving a vintage 1983 MK83 MTA C83 Mondaro. Let's see if that old timer can hold off the competition. Crazy Fingerson has taken an early lead, followed closely by Shelby Teteonen, 130 in second place. Someone is currently in third, but not for long if they keep up that pace. Liam is climbing to fourth place. Saprandigan is now in sixth. Indigo Peta has moved up to eighth. Demaster Tegamer 9000 is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS. They are currently in 20th place, trying to catch up, but not making much progress yet. Amy just gained a spot and is now in fourth. The battle for third is heating up with Amy and another racer going wheel to wheel. Saprandigan is climbing up to fifth. inching closer to the front. Rajabara 302 is now just a second behind True or False. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. TPPAA is climbing to 17th. Aleatorius is chipping away at Indigopati's lead, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. EU20 place is making a move, now 18th. U20 place just overtook someone to climb to 17th place. T-Boom and U20 plays are nose-to-nose for the same spot. Rumi Fist 13 is also making moves up to 22 place. Rumi Fist 13 and Kyroscope are fighting hard for 21st. Maya is currently in 11th place with the Mazda 737C. Fastest lap so far is 4.759. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite in the mix for the top spots yet. Shelby Tationan 30 is holding second, but someone is right behind in 4th. Looks like a close fight for the top 2. Shelby Tate needs to defend or risk losing the lead. T-Boom is closing in on U20 place, cutting the gap by a solid 2.2 seconds. They're in a tight battle for the 17th place. Lyum's feeling the heat as I close in, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. TPKPA just sneaked into the top 20, climbing 1 spot. Aleatorius is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's stuck in 8th place. Looks like he's got the speed but needs a better position to really challenge for the lead. Aleatorius is driving a Lola T616 from 1983. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Crazy Fingerson is leading in a 1983 MK8083-1, a classic Group C2 race car car. They're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. Lyum is gaining on Aleatorius, closing the gap by 1 second. Zurarelia and Jesu Gaming are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Rumi Fist 13 and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 21st. Indigo Patey and Cloudy are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Rumi Fist 13 and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 21st. Wow, Crazy Fingerson took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory. Well done. Wow, Congratulations to Crazy Fingerson for taking the win. That was an exciting race to watch. And a big shout out to Shelby Tationing 30 for winning the bet race. You now get to claim the classic 1982 Ford C100. Nice choice. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style soon. Sure! Did you know that Riccardo Tormo track has a really unique feature where the final corner loops back into the start-finish straight? Almost like a giant oval hugging the pit lane? It makes for some exciting finishes because the race can change in a flash right at the last second. Plus, the track is named after a legendary Spanish motorcycle racer, Riccardo Tormo, who was known for his incredible talent and fiery personality. So, racing here is like paying homage to a true legend every time. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down, and the cars are just waiting to be chosen. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and get those selections in. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback race. On one hand, we have La Croissant 1980, zooming around in a classic Mini Coopers from 1964. It's small, nimble, and known for its agility. But it's also got a bit of a chip on its shoulder compared to modern cars. On the other hand, Bjorn Ard is piloting a 1951 Ferrari 212 Export, which is a beautiful vintage racing car with some serious pedigree. Given the car's ages and designs, the Mini might have the edge in agility and quick turns on Riccardo Tormo. But that Ferrari's got that raw racing heritage and a powerful engine that could surprise us all. If the race turns into tight corners, the Mini might just squeeze ahead. If it turns into a straight-line battle, the Ferrari could dominate. My gut says the Ferrari's classic racing spirit will give it a slight edge, but I'd never underestimate the Mini's size and maneuverability. It's going to be close, but I'd lean towards the Ferrari just because of its racing DNA. Still, I'm excited to see how this plays out. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Riccardo Tormo track with the 1960s cars taking the stage. La Croissant 1980 is starting on pole in a classic 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. It's like watching history hit the track. Hope it's speedy enough. Johanat has shot to the front right at the start. Justin Gilks is holding strong in second place, and La Croissant 1980 is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Justin Gilks is now in first place. Figurete Sport has moved up to 8th place. Architect and Figurete Sport are nose-to-nose for 8th. Architect and Figure 8 Sport are neck and neck for 8th place. Prodigy place 58 and Flinchy Cot 21 are fighting hard for 11. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and Prodigy place 58 are locked in a close duel for 12. Archerona 192 is climbing up one spot to take 4th place. Figure 8 Sport is also moving up one spot to grab 7. Prodigy place 58 and Flinchy Cot 21 are locked in a tight duel for 11. Prodigy place 58 is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9th place. Matrix Go is climbing up one spot to 5th. Architect is also gaining ground, moving up one spot to 8th. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing to 9th place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and Prodigy place 58 are nose to nose for 8. Amy is advancing to 10th place. Lacrosse 1980 is climbing up to 2nd place. Figure 8 Sport and James Mayo are nose to nose for 6th. Gabby the Minimac is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 12. Yarn Art is climbing to 2nd place. Metrixco and Archer 192 are nose to nose for 4th. Figure 8 Sport is moving up to 6th. Figure 8 Sport and Mitrisco are fighting hard for 5th. Matrixco climbs to 4th place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer advances 2 spots to 8. Prodigy place 58 and Architect are nose to nose for 9th. James Mayo and Figure 8 Sport are nose to tail for 6th place. Prodigy place 58 is climbing up to 9th, inching past Architect. Architect and Prodigy place 58 are fighting hard for 9th. Figure 8 Sport is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer has moved up 2 spots into 6th. Prodigy place 58 has advanced 1 position into 8th. Prodigy place 58 is closing in on Archeron 192 with a 1.1 second gap. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Gabby the Minimac is also up 1 spot, now in 11th. Prodigy place 58 is climbing to 7th place. Amy and Archeron 192 are locked in a close fight for 8. Shelby Tatiana 30 is advancing to 17. Amy just snuck into 8th place. Gabby the Minimac is also climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing up to 4th place. Gabby the Minimac and Archeron 192 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Metric is climbing to 4th place. Figure 8 Sport is now 5th. Prodigy place 58 is closing in on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Justin Gilks is leading in a vintage 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, a classic beauty known for its sleek design and smooth performance. Looks like he's got a comfortable gap at the moment, but the race is still wide open. Figurate Sport and Mitrixco are nose to tail for 4th place. Architect is climbing 2 spots to 10th. James Mayo and Archeron 192 are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Figurate Sport is climbing to 4th place. James Mayo is advancing to 11th place. Archeron 92 and James Mayo are nose to nose for the 11th spot. Lacroixon 1980 is driving a vintage Austin Mini Cooper S, starting in the 1st position. They are currently in 3rd place, and have the fastest lap time among the vintage street cars. The race looks tight with a strong start, but they might need to watch out for Justin Gulks and Bjorn Art closing in. Congratulations to Justin Gulks for winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! Justin Gilks really pulled off a stunning victory today. Congrats on the win! Looks like all those hours tuning the AI paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next in the virtual racing world. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the prototypes from 1960 were basically the sports cars of their time? Built for pure speed and endurance? They were like the testing grounds for future racing technology, but back then, their designs looked more like sleek rocket ships than cars. It's almost like they were racing to see who could look the fastest while possibly running on just a prayer. Hey everyone, the countdown is almost up. So if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick race to victory. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Mark Marlowe, great to see you back. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the show. Ooh, this is a classic battle of American muscle versus European racing finesse. The Ford GT40 MKI from 1966 is legendary for its speed and aggressive stance, perfect for cutting through the Monza vintage road. On the other hand, the Porsche 908 LA2 Coupe from 1968 is a sleek aerodynamic machine built for agility and finesse around tight corners and high-speed straights. If I had to put my money on it, I'd say the GT40 will have the edge in outright speed on the straights, but the Porsche might surprise us with its cornering agility and precision. Honestly, it's too close to call, but I'll go with the Ford GT40 just because it has that historic racing pedigree that's hard to overlook. Still, Don't be surprised if the Porsche pulls an upset on those twisty bits. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Monza Vintage Road and it looks like Mark Marlowe is starting strong on pole in a classic 1966 Ford GT40 MKI9. Nice blast from the past. Maya has shot out in front as the leader. Mark Marlowe is holding strong in second place. Vinhas 17 is right behind in third, ready to pounce. Agrids 34 just overtook someone and is now in fourth place. Wrestling 5, 167, and Amy are still nose to nose for fifth. Spear like Hale and Shron are battling hard for eighth. Hell's Kank is climbing up to sixth place. Spear like Hale is now in seventh after gaining 2 spots. Catgirl TM has moved into ninth, up 1 position. Mark Marlowe is leading the race in a 1966 Ford GT40 MKI.T. Looks like he's holding a solid position. But with the competition right behind, it's anyone's game. Spear like Hale is climbing up to 6th place. Hell's Kank and Spear like Hale are nose to nose for 6th. Tyler Drums 31 and Exeep Cyan are locked in a close fight for 11th. Agrids 34 is climbing up to 3rd place now. Vinhas 17 and Agrids 34 are nose to nose for 3rd. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is making a move to 16th. Vinhas 17 is climbing up to 3rd place. Vinhas 17 and Mark Marlowe are nose to tail for 2nd. Spear like Hale and Amy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Shron and Wrestling 567 are neck and neck for 8th place. Excepcion is closing in on Catgirl TM, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Excepcion and Catgirl TM are also fighting for 10th place. Agrids 34 and Vinhas 17 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Spear like Hale and Amy are fighting hard for 5th. Tales of Strilly just made a move up 1 spot to 12. Mark Marlowe just overtook someone to take the lead. Maya is right behind him, not giving up yet. Agrids 34 is climbing to 3rd place, closing the gap. Maya is closing in on Mark Marlowe, just a car length behind. Hell's Kank and Spear like Hale are wheel to wheel for 6th place, no room for error. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is making a move, climbing to the 13th spot. Atoplasm and Kick-Ass Lady X3 are neck and neck for 15th place. The Yeoman Etoplasm are also fighting hard for 16th. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Spear like Hale and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Tyler Drums 31 just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Spear Like Hail is trying to hold off Amy for 5th place. Hellskank and Spear Like Hail are nose to tail for 6th. This race is getting spicy. Tron just overtook Wrestling 567 for 8th place. They're now nose to nose in that tight battle. Wow, Mark Marlowe, you really outpaced everyone at Monza Vintage Road. Congratulations on the win. Wow, big congrats to Mark Marlowe. You absolutely crushed it out there. Not only did you win the race, but you also snagged the fastest lap. That's some serious domination. Now, it looks like you get to claim that gorgeous 1966 Ford GT 40 MPI. Lucky you! Make sure you enjoy that classic beauty. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the combined slow cars racing car class is basically the underdog league of the racing world? They may be slow, but they make up for it with their surprising agility and cunning moves. It's like watching a turtle outsmart a hare. Slow and steady actually can win the race sometimes. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now or forever. Hold your peace. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car will take the crown. Get in those last minute picks before it's too late. Well, that's quite the throwback race we've got here. The 1985 Toyota Celica Supra is known for its reliability and decent agility, but it's no stranger to old-school battles. On the other hand, the 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra is a classic muscle car that's all about raw power and style. In a race at Oran Park, which has some sharp turns and fast straights, I'd probably give a slight edge to the Mustang. It's got that extra muscle to surge ahead on the straights, but the Toyota might have a fighting chance if it handles the corners with finesse. Honestly, it's a close call. I'd say the Mustang might just edge out the Supra in the end, but don't count out the Toyota's potential for a surprise move. This should be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Oran Park. Kyosify is starting in pole position, behind the wheel of a classic 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth. Let's see if vintage can outpace modern. Kyosify has taken an early lead, showing some serious speed. HP Lootcraft is right behind in second place, not letting go just yet. Mootwolf is holding on to third, but expects some action to shake things up soon. Maya is on a roll, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 6 cars. Raineki is also making progress, now in third. Amy is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 9th. Waifuana is climbing up to 6th place. Cloudy and Waifuana nose to nose for 6th. Amy and Buckybird are neck and neck for 8th. Cloudy and Waifuan are nose to nose for 6th place. Amy is climbing up to 8th. Mark Marlowe is making a 2-position jump to 10th. Amy and Cloudy are nose to tail for 7th place. Mark Marlowe is climbing to 9th. Slipnsleedy Gaming is inching up to 13th. Slipsneda Gaming and Anarchisix are locked in a close fight for 12th. Mark Marlowe is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 5th. Maya just gained 2 positions and is now in 2nd. Raineki and HP Lootcraft are nose to tail for 3rd place. Looks like a close fight. Slipnsleedy Gaming is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has inched up 1 spot to 6th. Buckyboard and Slipslider Gaming are nose to tail, fighting hard for 10th place. Maya is now just a second behind Kyosify, closing in fast. Mark Marlowe has overtaken 2 cars and is now in 3rd place. Amy has gained 1 position and is now in 5th. Maya is now in 1st place, leading the pack. Mark Marlowe is gaining on Kyosify, chipping away at the gap. Amy has climbed to 4th, inching closer to the top 3. Mark Marlowe is now in 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Kyosify, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. The battle for 3rd place is heating up between Amy and Kyosify. Maya is holding her ground in 2nd place. Slipsneda Gaming is gaining fast on HP Lootcraft, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Raineki is making a move now in 5th. Slipsneda Gaming just overtook HP Lootcraft and now sits in 6th place. Looks like Slipslider Gaming is determined to climb higher while HP Lootcraft is not giving up easily. Mark Marlowe and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Slipsneda Gaming just gained a spot and is now in 5th. Cholin's Coast is driving a 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra Dot. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like they're holding steady, but need a bit more speed to climb higher. Mark Marlowe is now in first place. Slipsnede Gaming has moved up to fourth. Vaifuane and Mutwolf are neck and neck for 8th place. Anarchizix and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Vaifuan and Mutwolf are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Anarchizix just gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Anarchizix is driving a vintage Ford Gran Torino. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and their lap time suggests they're holding steady, but not making big moves. Ryan Nicky is driving a 1965 Jaguar A-Type Series 1, a classic beauty known for its sleek design and smooth handling. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Wow, Mark Marlowe really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow! Congratulations, Mark Marlowe. You definitely earned that win. And since you did the most overtakes, you get to claim the legendary 1975 Ferrari 365 GT 4B Bill. Talk about a sweet ride. Well done, champion. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car. Don't miss your chance to root for the sleekest, fastest, or maybe the quirkiest vehicle out there. Make your choice before time runs out, and let's see which one takes the lead. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. It's got that classic muscle car vibe and the power to really make a splash on the Lakeside Park circuit. Plus, it's probably got the slickest handling of the bunch, which is key for those tight turns and high-speed straights. The rest are pretty formidable, but that Boss has a certain edge that might just give it the winning edge. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some AI car racing action. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Alright. This is a classic showdown at Lakeside Park. On one side, we have Jack-in-the-Box in the mighty Pontiac Firebird, a car known for its muscle and raw power. On the other, U20 plays with the Dodge Dart, which has its own charm, but might lack the same horsepower punch. Given the racing track and the car choices, I'd put my chips on Jack-in-the-Box, taking the lead early and holding on to it, thanks to that Firebird's legendary speed and acceleration. But hey, surprises do happen in these AI races, so I'll be watching closely. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at Lakeside Park. Zikopal is starting on pole in a classic 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Viteche. Looks like he's got some vintage muscle to show off today. Stay tuned to see if he can hold that lead. Zikopal has taken an early lead, with Scrooge Champ right behind in second place. I am holding on to third place, but the real question is how long I can stay there. Maya is now in second place, climbing one spot. Mark Marlowe has also moved up one spot into fourth. Mark Marlowe and Scrooge Champ are nose-to-nose fighting for third place. Zikopal is trying to hold off Amy, but she's closing in fast. They're nearly side by side now. Looks like Amy might just take the lead in the next corner. Zikopal takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya is right behind, climbing into second. Scrooge Champ is sneaking into third, making it a tight battle for the podium. Mark Marlowe has just overtaken someone to move into fourth place. Everlasting Apex is right behind in fifth. They are neck and neck, trading positions in this close fight. U20 plays in a Greats 34 are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Dr. Felix has gained one spot and is now in 17th. Navling is also climbing one spot, now in 18th. Yaboy Rwanda is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin, currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Hikori Hamzam is climbing one spot to 11. Katsuma Girl is also moving up one spot to 13. Relaxed View is closing in on Navling, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Rundum 69 just climbed one spot to 14. Now Rundum 69 and Katsuma Girl are nose-to-nose for 13th. Yakshinda Box is holding a solid position just behind the leaders, while U20 plays is a bit further back but close enough to make a move. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Dr. Felix is climbing to 16th place. Navling is now in 17th. Relaxed View is catching up to 18th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 4th place. Katsuma Girl is now in 12th. Rundum 69 has moved into 13th. Navling is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I Tail. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Ebony Shadow is climbing to 14th place. Dr. Felix is now in 15th place. Crystal 33 is catching Relaxed View, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Papa Cassie is gaining on Crystal 33 fast, now just a few seconds behind. Relaxed View is inching closer to Navling, but still a bit of a gap to close. Katsuma Girl is really putting the pressure on Hikori Hamsam now. Relaxed View is also closing in on Navling, inching closer with every lap. Hikori Hamsam is driving a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark Onidet. They're currently in the 16th place, just behind the leaders in the group. Their lap time is nearly identical to the leaders, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow, Sikapal really took the checkered flag, huh? Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Sikapal really stole the show. Congratulations on the victory. You raced like a true champion. And a big shout out to Everlasting Apex. You've earned yourself not just the fastest lap but also the most overtakes today. That's quite the achievement. You can claim a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss, a real classic. Nice job. Sure thing. Did you know that the Charade 4 kilometers track has a reputation for being a bit tricky because of its tight corners and elevation changes? It's like the roller coaster of racing circuits, making each lap a fun puzzle for the drivers and AI alike. It's perfect for testing out those skillful maneuvers and tricky overtakes. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late. Don't miss out on the thrill of seeing these AI cars race. Time's almost up, so get those choices in now. Oh wow. This is like a vintage showdown straight out of a classic movie. The Corvette Cone is a beauty with that iconic look and a decent engine for its time. But the Sunbeam Tiger has a bit of a reputation for being a nimble little fox, especially with that lightweight body and sporty pedigree. Given the Charade's mix of twists and turns, I might lean towards the Sunbeam Tiger sneaking ahead because of its agility. But hey, that Corvette's got some vintage charm and muscle behind it, so it could surprise us if the driver manages to find the right rhythm. Who do you have your money on? Alright folks, the race kicks off at the charade 4 kilometers track. And leading the pack is Waldo in a classic 1971 Ford Escort Mark I Arsena 1600. Vintage street cars are ready to give us a nostalgic showdown. Buckle up! Waldo has taken an early lead, with Tokidokibri right behind in second place. Cloudy is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ihave Eczema is climbing up to third place. Iha, Eczema, and Tokidokibri are nose to nose for second. Wayne Bretsky and Fraga would opt in a fierce fight for sixth. Cloudy and Ihave Eczema are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Popcorn Slayer just gained one spot and is now seventh. Popcorn Slayer and Frag Out are nose to nose for sixth. Jatsismin 33 just made a smooth move up to fourth place. Wakavanona and Amy are nose to nose for 11th. Looks like some good racing there. Fragu's climbing to 5th place. Wild Kevanone is now in 10th. Emerald Tick 398 is inching into 12th. Cloudy's car is a 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolite, a classic beauty. They're currently in 7th place, and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. Yache Swishman 33 is climbing to 3rd place. Popcorn Slayer and Cloudy are nose to nose for 6th, while Kevanon is advancing to 9th. Name? Tokidokibri just snatched the lead, leaving the rest in the dust. Ihave Eczema is climbing up to 3rd. Not bad at all. Cloudy is making moves to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Buckybird is climbing up to 9th place. Wild Cavanona and Buckybird are nose to nose for 9. Maya is pushing up to 15. Wild Kevanon is climbing up to 8th place. Wayne Bretsky and Wild Kevanon are nose to nose for 8th. Mark Marlowe and Cloudcipher 69 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Inahan and Gages, if Stingding Jimburgi, Gilnordodo, or Gilnoelf. Or no? Fragu is climbing to 5th place. Buckybird is now in 9. And Maya is inching up to 14. JJ Racing Gone 1360 is driving a 1971 Mazda RX-3, a classic rotary engine car known for its lightweight and nimble handling. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise or move so far. Popcorn Slayer is in 8th place driving a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette. Dawn Daughter 1. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. JC Sman 33 is now in 3rd place. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on Cloudy, closing the gap by a second. Buckybird is hot on Wild Kevanoni's tail, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Ragu is climbing up to 4th place. Wild Kevinona and Popcorn Slayer are nose to nose for 7th. Emerald Tick 398 is closing the gap on Buckybird, now just a second and a half behind. Yaichi Swinth 33 is closing in on Waldo, cutting the gap by a second. Wild Kevinona is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Mark Marlowe is advancing 1 spot to 11th. Wild Kevinona is chipping away at Ahavi Hexema's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wayne Bretsky just climbed 1 spot and is now in 11th place. The tight 4 km parade track is making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. Looks like the early leaders are holding their positions well. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on Cloudy, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Mark Marlowe and Wayne Bretsky are nose to nose for 11th place. Dragu and G-Chi Swishman 33 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Mark Marlowe is climbing up to 12th place. Wayne Bretsky and Mark Marlowe are battling for 11th. Emerald Tick 398 is driving a Porsche 914-6, a classic sports car known for its balanced handling and lightweight design. Their race seems steady but not quite in the top group, currently in 11th place. Ragu is climbing to 2nd place. Wild Kevinona has moved up to 5th. Ihavik Sema and Wild Kevinone are nose to nose for 5th. Wild Kevinone is gaining on G-Chi Swishman 33, closing the gap by over a second. Buckybird has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Cloudy and Buckybird are now nose to tail, fighting for 7th place. Buckybird is gaining on Ihavik Sema, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Maya is also making a move on Wayne Bretsky, closing the distance by the same amount. Wild Cave Manone is climbing up to 4th place. Popcorn Slayer is also making moves, now in 8th. Buckybird is chipping away at Ihavik Sema, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Cloudy is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Maya and Wayne Bretsky are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a close one. Wow, Takeda Kibri really sprinted to the finish line and took the win. Nice job showing everyone how it's done. Wow, Takeda Kibri really pulled it off. Congrats on the win, that was some impressive driving. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2014 Porsche 918 Spyder might have the edge on the Macau circuit. It's a hybrid supercar with incredible handling power and braking capabilities. Plus, its advanced technology and lightweight construction would likely give it an advantage on those tight corners and fast straights. The others are impressive, but the 918 Spyder's blend of speed and agility seems perfect for that challenging circuit. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your pick now or forever wonder what could have been. Don't say I didn't warn you when the 8th place car becomes the surprise winner. Get your choices in so we can see what chaos unfolds. Wow, what a matchup! The Pagani Zonda Cinque is a stunning car, no doubt, but it's already over a decade old now. The McLaren 650s, on the other hand, is more recent and known for its sharp handling and modern tech. I'd probably put my money on Lil Sprout and that sleek 650s, just because it's got newer engineering and a bit more agility on a tricky track like Macau. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Maybe the Zonda will surprise us with some old-school charisma. Alright, folks, the race is underway at the famous Macau track. Leading the pack at the moment is Hickory Hamsam in a classic 2007 Porsche 91197 Turbo.I. Let's see if that old beauty can hold on to the lead or if someone's going to surprise us. Higurita Sport has shot to the front, holding the lead. Hikori Hamzam is right behind in second place. Singoshi is settling into third, not giving up just yet. Giemma Prime is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 17th place. Maya is advancing 1 spot to third. The battle for second is heating up with Maya and Hikori Hamsam nose to nose. Lil Sprout advances to 5th place. Jabuogi climbs to 7th. Jabuogi and Donister 4 are nose to nose for 6th. Bubote just snuck into 8th place, inching closer to Amy Mord. That battle for 8th is heating up. U20 Plays and Lyra Shai are neck and neck for 10th. Looks like a close fight there. Aerotech is climbing to 11th place. Uncanny Buddy is now on 13th. Looks like they're both on a little upward journey. The tight Macau streets are making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. The top drivers are holding their positions well, but expect some surprises as the narrow corners test everyone's patience. The modern streetcars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners and sharp turns at Macau are making overtakes tricky. Car class doesn't seem to give a huge advantage here, just a lot of close racing. Mark Marlowe is driving a 2020 Ferrari Roma, a sleek and stylish modern street car. He's currently in 21st place, so he's not making much progress, but at least he's not stuck in the back. Strutting Jal is on a tier, climbing 8 places, now in 8th. Gian Entran just nudged up 1 spot into 15th. Uncanny Buddy is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 11 cars. Dr. Keeps Appleway is also making moves, grabbing 7th after passing 12 cars. JJ Racing on 30 and 60 is not far behind, moving up to 8th with a similar number of overtakes. Donister 4 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place, overtaking 5 cars. Lil Sprout is also making moves up to 6th after passing 3 cars. Bubote is not far behind, taking 7th after overtaking 5 cars. The race is heating up. Dr. Felix is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 17. Aerotech just nudged into the top 10, moving up 1. Maya is gaining on Figureta Sport. The gap shrinks by a second. Bubote is closing in on Lil Sprout, closing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Aerotech is creeping closer to Jabo Ogi, reducing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Uncanny Buddy is gaining on Dr. Felix, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Strutting Jal is inching closer to JJ Racing on 1360, making it a tight battle for that next spot. Uncanny Buddy is gaining fast on Dr. Felix, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Bubote is inching closer to Lil Sprout, chipping away at 1.5 seconds. Jabu is creeping up on Amy, narrowing the distance by 1 second. The modern street cars class, with a mix of high-performance models, is keeping the race tight. The track's tight corners and narrow streets favor skilled drivers over raw power, so expect some strategic overtakes and close calls. Congratulations to Figureta Sport on winning the race. Looks like they really drove their way to the top. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Figure 80 Sport. They really took the checkered flag with style. Looks like all that practice paid off. Way to go, team! Sure! Did you know that the 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, also called the Tubolare Zagato, was actually built with a lightweight tubular frame, which made it a real speed demon on the track? It was so agile and fast that it could compete with much more powerful cars despite its smaller engine. Basically, it was the little car that could, in the racing world of the 1960s. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move. The countdown is almost up, so don't be the person left behind with a blank spot on your screen. Choose wisely or just pick the one that looks the coolest. Either way, let's get those engines roaring. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Jared plays his vintage Ferrari looks like it's ready to roar down the track with some serious style. Meanwhile, Navling's Morgan Plus 4 has that charming retro vibe but might struggle a bit with the modern twist of Suzuka Retro. Honestly, I'd say the Ferrari has the edge, especially considering the power and speed that era of Ferrari could pack. But hey, surprises are part of the fun, so who knows? Maybe Navlin's classic charm will bring it home. I'm betting on the Ferrari, but anything can happen in these AI races. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Suzuka Retro, and look at that. Maya's starting on pole with her 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, classic beauty. But can she hold the lead against these vintage beasts? Stay tuned. Maya is leading the race right now, holding the first place. Baycorn is right behind in second, and Pondon is close in third. Looks like a tight start. Baycorn is holding on to the lead, but Maya is right on her tail. Pondon and Baycorn are nose to nose for second place. Jerkplace is trying to find a way past Pondon for third. Pondon just snuck into second place. Waifuana and Navaling are nose to nose for fifth. Nyarlato Tep 988 is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Waifuana is climbing up to 5th place. Yavling and Weifuan are nose to nose for that position. Yaboy Rwanda is chipping away at Mark Marlowe, closing the gap by over a second. Navling is now in 5th place, inching closer to Weifuan. Weifuana and Navling are still battling for that 5th spot. Yaboy Rwanda has moved up to 7th place, closing the gap. Weifuane is climbing up to 5th place. She's now right behind Jerkplays in a tight fight for 4th. Amy has advanced to 8th place, closing the gap. Waifuana is climbing fast into 3rd place. Yaboy Rwanda is also making moves, now in 5th and closing the gap. Jerkplays and Yaboy Rwanda are nose to tail for 5th place. Waifuana and Pondan are nose to nose for 2nd place. Kingchu 22 is sneaking into the top 10, climbing 1 spot to 11. Waifuana is climbing up to 2nd place. Yaboy Rwanda is now in 4th after moving up 1 spot. Kingchu 22 has gained 2 positions and is now in 9th. Kingchu 22 is really closing in on Amy now, just a second behind. Platniomera has climbed into the top 10 wall. Budazarar is making moves into the top 12. Waifuana takes the lead now. Yaboy Rwanda climbs to 3rd. Kingchu 22 advances to 8th. Kingchu 22 and Navling are nose to nose for 7th. Jerkplays is driving a 1951 Ferrari 212 Export, a classic that's probably more about style than speed. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding their own but not exactly tearing up the track. Nyarlathotep 988 is in the 12th place with a 1962 Morgan Plus 4. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Navling is driving a 1962 Morgan Plus 4, which is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is currently in 2nd place with the vintage Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Looks like she's holding her position well. No overtakes yet. The race seems pretty steady for her so far. Kingchu 22 just climbed to 6th place. Looks like they're on the move. Platinumera also advancing, now in 9th. The race is heating up. Yaboy Rwanda just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Maya and Yaboy Rwanda are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Kingchu 22 is climbing up to 5th place, inching closer to the top. Kingchu 22 is climbing to 4th place. Nyarlathotep 988 is advancing to 10th, both making moves today. King 22 is gaining on Maya quickly, just 1.8 seconds behind now. That Numera has climbed up one spot to 7th place. Wei Fuan is holding a commanding lead and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. King 22 is climbing up to 3rd place. Platnumera is also advancing, now in 6th. Bacon and Platnumera are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. King 22 is gaining on Yabarawanda, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Budat Zero and Amy are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Amy is driving a 1962 Morgan Plus 4. She's currently in the middle of the pack in 9th place, with a time of 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. King 22 is making a move up to 2nd place. Platinumera is closing in on Pondon, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Mark Marlowe is gaining on Bedazerer, closing the distance by a second. Jarek Plays is just ahead of Navlin, but both are still close enough to make a move. Jarek Plays has a tiny edge, but Navlin could still overtake if they find the right moment. Vintage street cars at Suzuka Retro are creating a mix of speed and handling challenges. The top driver is holding a strong lead with a classic Ferrari, but the Mini Coopers are all bunched up, showing their agility might be a double-edged sword here. The track's tight corners are likely favoring the nimble Minis, but the Ferrari's power is keeping it ahead. The tight corners at Suzuka seem to favor the vintage street cars with good handling, helping the leaders stay ahead. The slower lap times for the Minis suggest the track's demanding nature is causing some struggles. King 22 is slicing through the gap to Wei Fuan. Platnumera just climbed one spot to 5th. Budazara is making progress, now in 11th. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like King 22 is the one to beat. Well done. Wow, King 22 really pulled off a legendary feat tonight. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking everyone in sight. That's like winning the lottery, breaking a record, and being the life of the party all at once. Congratulations! You've set the bar impossibly high for the rest of us. Sure. Did you know the 1965 Pontiac GTO is often credited with starting the muscle car craze in America? It's like the car that said, "Let's make big engines fun and stylish." And honestly, it still turns heads today. Pretty impressive for a car that's almost 60 years old. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. Don't be the one left scrambling at the last second. Choose your steed before the timer runs out and miss all the fun. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. Mark Milo is behind the wheel of a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a car renowned for its speed and elegance from a legendary era. On the other hand, Dr. Monkey 13 has the 1963 TV, R. Griffith 200, which is known for its nimbleness and raw power. Considering Riverside's mix of turns and straightaways, the Ferrari might have a slight edge on the straights thanks to its illustrious racing pedigree. However, the Tavier's lightweight design and agility could make it a real troublemaker in the tight corners. If I had to place a bet, I'd say the Ferrari's refined power might give it a narrow edge. But honestly, with cars this close in age and style, it's anyone's race. Prepare for some old-school flair and maybe a surprise upset. Alright folks, Everlasting Apex is kicking things off from pole in a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, cruising into this vintage showdown at Riverside. Get ready for some classic racing action. Everlasting Apex has shot to the front, leading the pack. Willow Shrub is holding strong in second, trying to keep the pressure on. Catgirl Tian is in third, just waiting for a mistake to make a move. Maya is closing in on the pack, just behind the top 5. Its Bumblebee has overtaken one driver and is now in 7th. Yungan's Stort 102 and its Bumblebee are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Its Bumblebee and Yungan's Stort 102 are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Schmerzenlive is nudged up to 11th. Mark Milo and Iron Cross the Wooden Cross are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Mark Marlowe is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 12. Nyala Tep 98 is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd. Its Bumblebee is making steady progress, now in 6th. Its Bumblebee and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Schmerzenlive just gained 1 spot to 10th. Zealand Fox 213 and Schmerzenlive are fighting hard for 10th place. Nyaletho. Tet 98 is driving a vintage Ferrari 250 GTO and is currently in third place. The race looks tight with a lot of close competition, especially among the Ferraris. Jungansa Store 202 is driving a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. They're holding on to the 5th place, so their race is pretty steady so far. Yungan Store 202 is driving a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. They're holding on to 5th place, so they're not making any dramatic moves, but staying steady. Human Store 202 is climbing to 4th place. Schmerzen Ligiv is now in 9th. Iron Cressor Wooden Cross has moved into 14th. Everlasting Apex is leading in a 1962 Ferrari 250G. A classic beauty known for its speed and elegance. Their race looks smooth so far, maintaining a solid lead without much drama. Mark Marlowe is in a solid 8th place, closing in on the top 5. Dr. Monkey 13 is just behind in 16th, so Mark has the edge for now. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Amy is driving a vintage 1967 Plymouth GTX. She's holding 6th place, and her fastest lap is just a tiny bit slower than the leader. Looks like she's hanging in there pretty well. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Ovidos has moved up to 9th place, also gaining 1 spot. Mark Marlowe has advanced 2 spots to take 10th. Mark Marlowe is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO and has moved up from the 15th starting position to currently sit in 10th. Looks like he's making some steady progress. Yungshan Store 202 is climbing up to 3rd place. Nyalototep 98 and Yungen Store 202 are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Dr. Monkey 13 is inching closer to the top 15. The Riverside track seems to favor the vintage street cars with tight corners and quick laps, keeping the top contenders very close. Yungan Store 202 just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. Maya is climbing up to 5th. Looks like Maya and Catgirl TM are neck and neck for that 5th spot. Nyarlatotep 98 is holding the fastest lap but is stuck in 4th. Looks like he's saving some pace for a late push. Apex Milkbag just overtook Theon Clay Show and is now in 15th place. They're still neck and neck, so this battle for 15th is far from over. Congratulations to Everlasting Apex on winning the Riverside NASCAR race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag. Well done. Wow. Everlasting Apex. You really left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on the win. That was some impressive driving. Now for the lucky drivers, Mark Marlowe, since you took the checkered flag in the bet race, you get to claim the stunning 1962 Ferrari 250 GT. And since you also managed the most overtakes, you get the same vintage beauty. That's quite the double win. Nice job, both of you. Alright, the 1969 Chevrolet Nova SS is pretty legendary in the muscle car world. A fun fact is that despite its name, the Nova wasn't actually bad at all, and it had a reputation for being surprisingly quick and agile. But here's the kicker. Some folks thought the name sounded like Nova, which humorously made it seem like the car was saying no go. Turns out, the name was just a nod to the Nova nameplate, which means new in Latin. But it's always fun to imagine people pondering if it was a car that just refused to move. Alright everyone, gather around. The clock's almost out, and you better pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see which AI driver will take the checkered flag. Make your choice now and let's see who comes out on top in this crazy race. Wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. The Chevrolet Chevelle SS from 1967 is a muscle car legend, known for its raw power and straight-line speed. On the other hand, the Ferrari 250 GTO from 1962 is a legendary classic that's all about finesse and handling. Given the track is Riccardo Tormo, which is a twisty technical circuit, I'd probably lean toward the Ferrari. While the Chevelle has brute strength, the GTO's agility and aerodynamic design should give it the edge in the corners. So I'm thinking the Ferrari might just take this one, but hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's watch and see. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Riccardo Tormo, and leading the pack right now is Waffling Otters driving a classic 1972 Ford Falcon X, a GT. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold onto its pole position. Waffling Otters has taken an early lead. Naturally Unlucky is right behind in second, and Wayne Gretzky is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Naturally Unlucky is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Two Gonnet DTV and Deluxe Combo are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Queen Monda is climbing up to 8th. Mark Marlowe advances to 6th place. HP Lootcraft climbs 2 spots to 9th. Maya and HP Lootcraft are nose to tail for 9th. Matrixco just overtook Chris Wachingo, and is now in 14th place. They're neck and neck, so this could get interesting. Riswa Chingyu is now in 14th place, climbing one spot. And JJ Rasingon 1360 has also moved up one spot into 15th. The race is heating up just behind the leaders. Leech Mixi is now in 3rd place, climbing one spot. JJ Rasingon 1360 has moved up to 14th place, also gaining one spot. Basket and Fee is making a move up to 15th place, climbing 2 spots. Maya is climbing to 8th place. Hen Fatig is now in 13th. JJ Rasingon 1360 and Bob Gomanang are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. Bleach Mepsi is now in 2nd place, making a nice move up. 2 Gonnet TTV is closing the gap on Mark Marlowe, less than a second now. Those two are really neck and neck for 6th place. Queen Manda just overtook someone to take 7th place. Henfate and Amy are still nose-to-nose for 11th. Riswatingyo is climbing up to 13th. Tugonet DTV and Queen Manda are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Henfate just sneaked up one spot to 11th. JJ Rasingon 1360 is driving a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. They're currently in the 14th place, just behind the Chevelle SS. Looks like they're trying to make a move, but still have some ground to cover. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 4th place. Wayne Bretsky and Deluxe Combo are nose-to-nose for that position. Henfatic is inching closer to the top 10. Queen Manda is climbing up to 6th place. Mark Marlowe and Queen Manda are battling hard for that spot. Matrixco is inching closer to the top 20. Mark Marlowe has just gained one position and is now in 6th place. Queen Manda and Mark Marlowe are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 6th spot. Mark Marlowe is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO and is currently in 7th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much of a move. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 3rd place. Waffling Gottes and Deluxe Combo are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Mark Marlowe and Wayne Bretsky are locked in a close fight for 5th. Rispatingyo just climbed one spot to 11. JJ Rasingon 1360 and Amy are nose-to-nose for 13. Matrixco also gained one position, now sitting in 15th. Riswech Ingyo is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, currently in the 11th place. They're running a fast lap of 7.707, which is pretty competitive given the field. Looks like they're holding their own. Mark Marlowe advances to 5th place. Riswach Ingyo climbs 2 spots to 9. Tugonet TTV and Riswach Ingyo are nose-to-nose for 9. Maya is closing in on Queen Manda. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Henfatig and Tug on It DTV are nose to nose for 10th place. This is getting spicy. Wow. Natural y Lucky finally decided to break the streak and win. Congratulations on the unexpected victory. Wow, Naturally and Lucky really outdid themselves. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Looks like luck might finally be on their side. Or maybe they just have an incredible AI driver. Either way, well done. A fun fact about IndyCar racing cars is that they can accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in less than 3 seconds. That's faster than most sports cars on the road. It's like they're on a secret mission to make every other race car look slow. Wow! This is a classic battle of the Hondas versus the Chevys. Both are solid choices. But it's really going to come down to how well the AI handles the specific strengths and weaknesses of each car. The Honda is known for good acceleration and handling, especially on tight corners, while the Chevrolet often has a bit more straight-line speed. I'm leaning slightly towards its Therapure because I think the Honda might have the edge on Road America's twisty section. But don't count out HP Lootcraft, as the Chevrolet could surprise us on the long straights. It's going to be a close race. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Road America and leading the pack is Thought Moaning in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they've got the early lead, so let's see if they can hold on to it. Botgamonin takes an early lead. Skeksis Beau Prix is right behind in second. And JJ Racing Gun 1360 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. JJ Racing Gun 1360 and Skeksis Beau Prix are nose to nose for second place. It's Therapure and Thomas Moran are locked in a close fight for sixth. Coverco is climbing fast, gaining 2 spots to sit in 10th. JJ Racing on 1360 and Skeksis Beau Prix are nose-to-nose for second place. It's Therapair and Thomas Moran are swapping positions in their close fight for 6th. Alan 656 is climbing up to 10th place. Alan 656 and Crandalive are locked in a tight duel for 9th. JJ Racingan 1360 just sneaked into second place. Alan 656 is climbing fast, now in 8th. Caffeinated Car is making moves, now in 11th. Things are heating up. Crandalive and HP Lootcraft are neck and neck for 9th place. Cobraco is climbing 2 spots to 11th. Unclearly Gaming is also up 2 spots, now in 18th. Crandalive advances to 9th place. Caffeinated Car and Cobraco are battling for 11th. Rusna Palm 6 and Caffeinated Car are fighting for 12th. D-Rock Official and Captain Canadian are nose-to-nose for 4th place. HP Lootcraft and Crandalive are locked in a close fight for 9th. Caffeinated Car is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Lootcraft and Crandalive are nose-to-tail for 9th place. Namuida is climbing 1 spot to 13th. Amy is gaining 2 spots and now sits 17th. Derek Official is climbing steadily into the top 4. Unclearly Gaming is gaining ground, now in 17th. Amy and Unclearly Gaming are locked in a close fight for 17th place. Alan 656 and its Therapair are locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Crandalive is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over a second and a third. Its Sarah just overtook someone and is now in the 18th position. Mark Marlowe is gaining fast on some board bowl, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Justin Gilks and XOSs are nose-to-nose for the 20th spot. Congratulations to Jay for saying 1,360 on the win. Looks like someone knows how to cross the finish line first. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to JJ Racingan 1360 for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out for claiming the fastest lap. That's a pretty sweet prize. A 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar.exe. Nice work. Looks like they're really steering their way to victory today. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1990s, the slow cars racing class was often called the Jalopy Grand Prix Tati. The cars looked like they had been through a thrashing contest with a lawnmower. But somehow, they still managed to race around the track. It's like watching a bunch of animated turtles compete in a race. Sure, they're slow, but the effort makes it entertaining. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down here. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the ride of your life, or at least the pretend one. Alright, this is a classic matchup of old school charm versus turbocharged muscle. Bubote's got that classic Nissan Silvia S13, which is known for its agility and lightweight design. Perfect for weaving through tight corners at Daytona. On the other hand, Red Panda Manatee 4's Mitsubishi G22 twin turbo is no slouch either, with raw power and that turbo boost to blow past opponents if it gets the chance. Given the Daytona road course's mix of curves and straights, I'd say Bubote's nimbleness could give him an edge in the technical sections. But if Red Panda Manatee 4 manages to get a good boost on the straights, he might just overtake everyone. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'll put my chips on Bubote's little Nissan. It seems like a race where handling could be the game changer. Who are you putting your bets on? Alright folks, the race is underway at Daytona Road Course. And leading the pack is iconic Odd in a classic 1988 BMW M5E34. It's starting at the front, but don't get too comfortable with that pole position. This is racing after all. Iconic Odd is leading the race. Lil Sprout is right behind in second, and Shotskis is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Lil Sprout just overtook for the lead. Iconic Odd and Lil Sprout are still nose to nose at the front. Shotskis and Iconic Odd are fighting hard for second place. Jamagashat is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bubote is making progress, now in 3rd place after gaining 1 spot. Acritz 34 is moving up 2 spots, now in 9th place. Shotskis just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Connor Malady is closing in on the top 5. Agritz 34 and Mission Man are nose to nose for 8th place. Bubote just sneaked into 3rd place. Mission Man is climbing to 7th. Sydney's Art Wu is making a move to 10th. Looks like everyone's on the rise. Agrades 34 is climbing up to 8th place. Agrades 34 and Mission Man are nose to nose for 7th. HP Lootcraft is sneaking into 12th. Shotskis and Bubote are nose to nose for 3rd place. Agrades 34 just gained a spot to 7th. Jmagishat is climbing up to 12th. Jmagishat and HP Lootcraft are fighting for 11th. Agrades 34 is really closing in on Red Panda Minanity 4, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Zenith Ardu and Aden Flash are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Jnagichat just gained a spot, now sitting in 11th. Iconic Odd just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Lil Sprout and Iconic Odd are still battling for the top spot. Shotskis has moved up 1 position and is now in 3rd place. Lil Sprout takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Shotskis is closing in on Iconic Odd, cutting the gap by over a second. Agrades 34 is climbing up to 5th place. Zaprandigan is climbing up to 12th place. Scrooge Champ is now 14. Wolf's Light is making a move to 18. Wolf's Light and Relaxed View are locked in a close fight for 17. Amy is climbing fast to reach the top 15. Relaxed View and Princess Wildface are neck and neck for the 16th spot. I am locked in a close fight with Theon Clay Yusho for the 20th position. Agrades 34 just overtook someone to take 4th place. Agrades 34 and Shotskis are nose to nose for 3rd. Red Panda Manatee 4 is closing in on Connor Malady, shrinking the gap by 140 seconds. Agrades 34 just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Shotskis and Agrades 34 are nose to tail fighting for that 3rd spot. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Connor Malady are locked in a close duel for 6th. Bunnyzo Doom is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 18th place. Agrades 34 and Iconic Odd are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Jmagishad is inching forward, now in 8th position. Red Panda Manatee 4 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Agrades 34 just nudged into 2nd. Bubote is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 3rd. Jmagishat is climbing to 6th place. Mission Man is now 7. Zabrandigan has moved into 8. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Wolf's Light is charging through the field, now in 11th place. Aden Flash is climbing up, now in 17th. Princess Wildface is making a move, now in 18th after overtaking 4 cars. Maya is storming through the field, now in 3rd place after passing 26 cars. Kufo and Patsos are locked in a close fight for 20th. Architect and Autolatorius are also neck and neck for 22nd. Lil Sprout and Maya are nose to nose at the front. Jamagishat is chopping down the distance to Connor Malady by over a second. Scrooge Champ just climbed one spot to 13. Zolachad Amenity 1 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 22nd. Theskis is right behind, also up 3 places to 23rd. Lil Sprout is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to the lead. Wow! Lil Sprout really outdid themselves. Looks like they're the new king of the Daytona road course. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Lil Sprout, you really outdid yourself. Congratulations on taking the win. Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Now go celebrate that victory. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Wakefield Park Circuit, I'd probably go with the 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GDA. It's got that sporty edge and should handle the twists and turns better than most of the other options. The older cars like the Ford Sierra Sapphire or the Nissan Primera P10 might have some charm, but I doubt they keep up with the Alfa's agility and power. The Vauxhall Vectra or the Opel Vectra could put up a fight with their size and comfort, but I think the Alfa would just have that little extra finesse on the track. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your final choices now or forever. Wonder what could have been. Don't let indecision wreck your chance at victory. This is quite the throwback showdown. Both cars are classics in their own right, but very different in their capabilities. Motwolf's Renault 19 has a bit of a reputation for nimbleness and agility, especially in tight corners. Meanwhile, H2 Hova's Toyota Carina AGT. I might bring some old-school reliability, and maybe a few surprises on the straightaways. Honestly, if it's a race on Wakefield Park, I might lean towards Motwolf with the Renault. It's known for being a bit more spirited and maneuverable, which could give it an edge on those twisty bits. But then again, if H2 Hova can find a way to keep the Carina steady and exploit any straight-line opportunities, they could pull an upset. It's going to be a fun race to watch and see how these vintage machines handle the modern AI driving. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Wakefield Park and Amy is on pole, driving a vintage 1996 Vauxhall Vectra. Talk about a blast from the past. Let's see if that classic can keep up with the new kids on the block. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Motwolf in third. Looks like a tight start. No surprises yet. Well placed, he is in 8th place with a Toyota, a E86 from 1983. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Zademoji James is driving a 1990 Subaru Legacy R. They're currently in the 11th place, holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like a solid effort with no major moves yet. XOSS just overtook someone to move into the 11th place. Scorched Log and XOSS are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish for that spot. Swell placed LV is cruising in a 1983 Toyota, a E86, and holding 8th place. Looks like a classic underdog making moves. The BTC cars are leading, probably thanks to their better handling and power on this track. Group N cars are holding their own but seem to struggle with outright speed. Track favors the more agile, rear-wheel drive machines. Mutwolf is driving a Renault 19 from 1993. They're currently in 4th place, so they're holding a solid position but not quite close enough to challenge the top 3 yet. Wakefield Park's tight corners are favoring the older Toyota AE86 for now, but the straightaway speed of the Vauxhall Vectra is keeping Amy in the lead. The track seems to favor the older Toyota, a E86s, with swell place VVNX Ragnaroks holding 8th and 10th. The tight corners might be tricky for the newer cars. Zademoji is racing a 1990 Subaru Legacy RS. Their race looks steady but slow compared to others, sitting in 12th place. Swell Place TV is driving a 1983 Toyota, a E86, and is currently in 8th place. Their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Mutwolf is climbing up to 3rd place. H2 Hove is now in 4th. Someone just overtook to take second. H2 Hove is driving a 1993 Toyota Carina EG-TI. They're holding on to 4th place, but not exactly setting the world on fire with their fastest lap. Looks like a steady run, but they might want to pick up the pace if they want to catch the leaders. Zadamoji James is racing a 1990 Subaru Legacy RS. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap so far. Swell-placed V is stuck in 8th place with that classic Toyota, a E86. But their lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is in 8th place with a 1992 BMW 318i. She's about 4 seconds behind the leader and struggling to keep up with the front pack. Looks like overtaking might be tough today. Ixargnarux is driving a 1983 Toyota AE86, a classic lightweight car. They're currently in 10th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled to win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, amazing job, Amy! You really blitzed through that race. Now, since you nabbed the fastest lap, you get to claim that classic 1996 Vauxhall Vectra from BTC. Not a bad prize for your skills. Congratulations once again. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Korean Grand Prix has a mix of sharp turns and chicanes that really test a car's agility. A car with great grip and responsive steering will excel here. Speed on the straights is important, but if the car can't handle those tricky corners smoothly, it's going to lose a lot of time. So, overall, I'd say agility and balance are the top priorities for this one. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite metal marvel yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking down faster than a cheetah on a caffeine rush. Make your choice before they're all gone and you're stuck rooting for the last car standing. Hurry up and be legendary. Wow, what an intriguing matchup. The Bugatti E110 SS from 1991 is a beast with its groundbreaking engineering for the time. But the Ferrari 40LM from 1989 has that racing pedigree and raw aggression. Both are iconic but in very different ways. Given the car's specs, the Bugatti's advanced aerodynamics and power might give it an edge on a circuit like Korean Grand Prix, where handling and technicality matter. But the Ferrari's lightweight build and racing modifications could make it surprisingly nimble, especially in a close racing scenario. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But if I had to pick, I'd lean towards the Ferrari for that extra racing instinct. Still, don't count out the Bugatti's sheer power. This one's going to be a fun chaos. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Korean Grand Prix track, and leading the pack is Biowart in a 1995 Ferrari F50. So much horsepower in that beauty. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole. Biowart has shot off the line into the lead. Imus Gordon is holding strong in second place, and Vinhas 17 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Unistix is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Vinhas 17 is making a move up to second. Estevan Games is gaining 2 spots to 7th. The battle for 6th between Estevan Games and Krishke is heating up. Lazy Towner is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 7th. Amy is also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 11th. Imus Gordon is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Lazy Towner is slicing through the field, now in 3rd place after overtaking 4 cars. Donistafor is holding steady in 2nd, just 1 spot ahead. Imus Gordon and Lazy Towner are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Things are heating up in the midfield. Donistafor is closing in on Biowart, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Unistix is climbing 1 spot to take 8th place. Estevan Games and Unistix are locked in a tight battle for 8th. Unistix and Necrophantasm are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Kikaslady X3 is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Kikaslady X3 and Maya are nose to nose for 10th. Donistafor is really pushing to stay at the front. Amy just snuck into the top 10. Impressive move. Lazy Towner is closing in on Biowart, the gap shrinking fast. King Chu 22 is driving a Bugatti EB110 SS from 1991. They're currently in the 14th place, so they're making some moves but still have a bit of ground to cover. Lazy Towner just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Alex Hasnobrin and Toadette the Kitty are nose to nose for 16th. Kershk is climbing up to 4th place. Unistix is also moving up to 6th. Estevan Games and Vinhas 17 are nose to nose for 7th. Unistix is climbing up to 5th place. Imus Gordon and Unistix are nose to nose for 5th. Estevan Games is inching up to 7th. Krishk is gaining on Biowat, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to 7th place. The battle for 6th place between Maya and Imus Gordon is heating up. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing one spot. Estevan Games has moved up to 7th place, also gaining one spot. Kickass Lady X3 is making a move up 2 spots into 9th place. Kickass Lady X3 advances to 8th place. King Chud, 22, moves up to 11th place. Venha 17 and King Chu 22 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is closing in on Unistix, cutting the gap by a full second. Amy and Imus Gordon are nose to nose for 9th place. Alex Has No Brain is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 12th. BOR is inching closer to Lazy Tanner, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Kishk is catching up to BioArt, closing the distance by just over a second. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing up to 7th place, leaving some behind. Lazy Towner takes the lead at the front. BioArt moves up to 2nd place. Maya is gaining on Unistix, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Donister 4 is really having a rough time, falling back to 11th place. Krishk is inching closer to the podium, climbing to 3rd. Unistix is right behind, also moving up to 4th. Those two are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Donister 4 is really having a rough time, dropping 10 spots to 21st. Maya is climbing nicely, moving up 2 places to 3rd. The fight for 2nd between Maya and BioArt is heating up, both locked in a close duel. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Kickass Lady X3 is gaining on Krikshi, cutting the time difference by over a second. Amy is stuck at the back, probably wishing for a reset. Vina 17 is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Toadette the Kitty is right behind, grabbing 12th. Donister 4 just moved up 1 spot to 19th. Imus Gordon is really having a tough time, dropping to 21st place. Unistix is climbing steadily to 3rd. Kickass Lady X3 is making moves up to 4th. Alex Has No Brain and SS Daven Games are nose to nose for 7th place. Donister 4 is creeping up on Belescopine, chipping away at the gap. Wow, Lazy Towner actually finished 1st. Guess even the slowest can surprise us sometimes. Congrats on the win. Wow! Lazy Towner took the crown. Congratulations, you earned that win with style. Who knew being lazy could be so victorious? Great job claiming the top spot. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Sonoma's twisty, elevation-changing layout demands a car that can navigate sharp turns with precision and maintain stability through the curves. Power is nice, but if the car can't stick to the road, all that speed won't matter. So, a balanced setup with good grip and sharp responsiveness would be my top priority. Alright everyone, better be quick if you want to have a say in which car takes the wheel next. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss your chance to pick your favorite AI driver. You've got a few seconds left, so get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we have a classic showdown between the Dodge Challenger and the Plymouth Barracuda. Both are iconic muscle cars from the same era. But I have to say the Challenger tends to have a slight edge because of its more modern engineering improvements and wider stance. The Barracuda is no slouch either, especially in a straight line, but Sonoma's twists and turns might favor the Challenger's handling. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Tyler Drum's 31 in the Dodge Challenger has a better shot of crossing that finish line first. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Maybe the Barracuda pulls off a surprise. It'll definitely be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Sonoma, and Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Tula. Looks like she's got some vintage flair up front. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Tyler Drum's 31 in second, and yours truly, Maya, in third. Let's see if I can make a move early or just enjoy the view from the podium. Tyler Drum's 31 and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Pondon just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Renault T4 and Pondon are fighting hard for 6th place. Maya is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Billy also moved up 1 spot into 4th. Trash Crashton and Billy are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Two Peasanta Podcast and Pondon are nose to nose for 6th place. Naveling and Justin Gilks are locked in a close fight for 12th. Naturalian Lucky is climbing up to 20th. Tangaducky DTV and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 9th place. Oxlofay is slicing through the field, now just a second behind Tangaducky TTV. Bjornart is climbing steadily, grabbing the 25th spot. Two Peasanda Podcast is climbing to 6th place. Catgirl TM is now in 8th. Oxlofay is making a move to 9th. Billy is just ahead of Tyler Drums 31 in 3rd place. Willow Shrub is holding off Patsors for 18th. Waifone and Vagrant Enchanter are neck and neck for 22nd. Billion and Tyler Drums 31 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Willow Shrub just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Naturalian Lucky and Patswords are locked in a close fight for 19th. Trash Crashton is really closing in on Village now, just a second behind. Two Peasanda Podcast and Trash Crashton are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Naveling is climbing up the field, moving into the 13th position. Billy is climbing to 3rd place. Two Peasanda Podcast is now in 5th. Oxlofay has moved into 8th. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing to 3rd place. Catgirl TM is also moving up to 8th. Oxlofay and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 8th. Oxlofay climbs to 8th place. Rinnook T4 is narrowing the gap to Catgirl TM, cutting it down by 3 seconds. Gimasta Tegamanin 1000 advances to 21st place. Justin Gilks climbs to 10th place. Naveling advances to 12th place. Tangaducky TTV and Naveling are nose to nose for 12th place. Pondon and Trash Crashton are neck and neck for 6th place. Pondon just edged ahead. Tangaducky TTV and Naveling are still fighting for 12th. Looks like Tangaducky just made a move. Trash Crashton advances to 5th place. Oxlofay is closing in on Pondon, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Lisa Shibby climbs to 13 and is now battling Naveling for 12. Two Peasanda Podcast is climbing to 5th place. Lisa Shibby is now 11. Tangaducky TTV has moved up to 12. Pondon and Trash Crashton are neck and neck for 6th place. Naturalian Licky is slicing into Willow Shrub's lead, now just 1 second behind. Zolage had Immunity 1, and Patswords are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Pondon just overtook someone, and is now in 6th place. Trash Crashton and Pondon are nose to nose for 6th. Waifuana is climbing 2 spots and is now in 22nd. Wow, Amy winning at Sonoma? Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Amy really pulled off an incredible win today. Congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. Looks like they're the one to beat in this race. Alright everyone, quick heads up, the stream is taking a little break for some maintenance. It shouldn't be long, just a few minutes and we'll be back to watch these AI cars tear up the track again. Grab a snack, stretch your legs,